Will the Maui County Council meeting of May 2nd, 2025, please come to order. It is 9 a.m. Aloha, everyone.
Thank you.
Before we begin the roll call, I just want to welcome a guest all the way from Germany. Her name is Kalei Atai. Kalei, could you stand up and our members will attempt to say Guten Morgen. Come on, everybody, remember we did this the other day. Guten Morgen. Okay. Thank you. So nice to see you. Okay, roll call.
Thank you, Chair. Proceeding with roll call. If applicable, members participating from non-public locations should state who, if anyone, except minors, is present with them as part of roll call. Councilmember Pro Tempore Tasha Kama.
Guten Morgen.
Vice Chair Yukile Sugimura.
Guten Morgen.
Wait, one second. Kalei, as we go down the row, the pronunciation is going to change. Watch. Member Paulton.
Aloha kakayaka kako.
Councilmember Gabe Johnson.
Guten Morgen, Chair, council members, community members. There's no testifiers at the Lanai District Office, and I'm alone on my side of the office. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Kiani Rollins Fernandez.
Aloha kakahiaka kako, my Molokai no Yahina. I'm at my private residence alone. There are currently no testifiers at the Molokai District Office, and Guten Morgen kako.
Councilmember Tom Cook.
Guko Morning.
I just love that.
Happy Aloha Friday, and late May Day for everybody. And also, there's currently no testifiers at the Kihei Regional Office, but we have someone on standby, and I'm looking forward to your meeting today, Chair.
Thank you.
Councilmember Nohelani U'uhajans.
Guten Morgen.
Councilmember Shane Sinensi.
Aloha kakayaka kako and Guten Morgen. I too wanted to welcome Kalei and her mother Daniela on this visit. They did host us while we were there in Germany, and they were great hosts. So welcome.
Thank you.
No testifiers in honor, Chair.
Thank you.
And Council Chair Alice Lee.
Guten Morgen.
Chair, there are 9 members present, so quorum is present to conduct the business of the council. For the record, I'm the Deputy County Clerk, Rochelle Thompson. To my right is the County Clerk, Juana Ludi, and present from the Office of the County Clerk is Legislative Division staff, Joyce Morishige, Lawrence Aldana, Del Yoshida, and Arthur Suyama. And joining the meeting from the Office of Council Services, we have, Director David Rotz and Legislative Attorney Megan Moniz.
And nobody from Corp Council here, right? Yet.
I don't see anyone yet.
Okay. The opening remarks will be provided by Councilmember Tamara Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to briefly speak a little bit about the Commission on Water Resource Management meeting that was in Lahaina on this past Monday. The majority of testimony was against the declaratory ruling for the County of Maui's Kahana well. And it's not that we don't desperately need water with the upcoming summer months and fear of drought, as well as multiple affordable housing projects that are not able to move forward. But generations of Lahaina families testified, old Lahaina families like the Kapu Ohana, the Palakiko Ohana, Sadangs, Tivangas, Kiahis, about the unfair, unequal distribution of water, which is a public trust in the state of Hawaii by the Hawaii State Constitution, that 77% of West Maui's water is under the control of private purveyors, although water is a public trust. And, those uses are rated at the top tier for traditional and customary uses, Department of Hawaiian Homelands, and only 23% is under the purview of the County of Maui, which administers municipal and domestic uses, although there is no hierarchy of uses in what the county provides water. And, you know, there were so many kids there, and it's very clear for them, like, why are golf courses being watered with fresh water, either from the ditch or wells? Why are luxury homes lush and green when Lahaina town is brown? And, you know, I think it's important to remember how we got to this point. I just wanted to read a little excerpt from the Royal Commission of Inquiry investigating war crimes and human rights violations committed in the Hawaiian Kingdom. From the introduction, on 16 January 1893, under orders by U.S. Minister John Stevens, the city of Honolulu was invaded by a detachment of U.S. troops, supplied with double cartridge belts filled with ammunition, and with haversacks and canteens, and were accompanied by a hospital corps with stretchers and medical supplies. This invasion coerced Queen Liliuokalani, executive monarch of the Hawaiian Kingdom, to conditionally surrender to the superior power of the United States military, whereby she stated, now, to avoid any collision of armed forces and perhaps the loss of life, I do under this protest and impelled by said force yield my authority until such time as the government of the United States shall, upon the facts being presented to it, undo the action of its representatives and reinstate me in the authority which I claim as the constitutional sovereign of the Hawaiian Islands. And so this is the true history of Hawaii. It's facts, not opinion. And I think, you know, sometimes it makes people feel uncomfortable because people that occupy this land now don't want to be treated the way Kanaka were treated back in the 1890s. And if we don't face the facts of where we came from and how we got here, it'll never be made right. And so this is a little intro to my nomination of Pa'ele Kiakona to the County of Maui Board of Water Supply. And that is my theme for this meeting. I've watched him grow up. I worked Lo'ikalo in Honokohao Valley and Kauaula Valley with him when he was very young. And, you know, we saw some of the lo'i that were just opened up with the flip of a diversion. Months and months of work result in rotten lo'ikalo. Kalo, this big. Rotten. We took a picture of it next to a cell phone for size. And so I think, you know, with all the people that are on the Board of Water Supply and their knowledge of sustainable yields and groundwater and hydrology, it's important also to have somebody that knows the history of stolen water, people not being able to live the sustenance lifestyle. He comes from a fishing and kalo farming family. And so I'm using this opportunity in my opening remarks to offer my full support for today that we put Pa'ele Kiakona on the Board of Water Supply. Thank you.
Thank you. And now please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. And now may I please request that everyone keep their microphones and muted unless it's your turn to speak. As a reminder, testimony must pertain to items on the meeting agenda. When testifying, please direct your remarks to the council and not to any individual council member or member of the public. Each testifier will be allowed to speak for up to 3 minutes on each item. For individuals wishing to testify on Teams, please click the raise your hand button to be added to the log. If you are calling in, please follow the phone prompts to be added to the testifier log. Decorum shall be maintained at all times. Any person who behaves in a manner that disrupts, disturbs, or impedes the orderly conduct of any council meeting can, at the discretion of the presiding officer or a majority of present council members, be ejected or banned from council meetings, or, if participating remotely, muted or dropped from the meeting. Examples of disruptive behavior include, but are not limited to, heckling, shouting, use of profanity, threatening, or slanderous remarks made to any member of the council, the staff, or general public. Ms. Clerk, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Proceeding with testimony on the ceremonial resolutions only. If anyone wishes to testify, please raise your hand in Teams. The first person to testify is Debbie Kabibi, testifying on Resolution 25-101, to be followed by Patty Copperfield.
I'm going to try this. Guten Morgen.
Very good.
My name is Debbie Kabibi. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for Maui Economic Opportunity. And I want to mahalo the current and past councils and administrations for supporting MEO. MEO and other community action agencies were created 60 years ago under federal legislation, and we would not exist today if it were not for the support of council, administration, and private donors. MEO uses our Federal Community Services Block Grant to identify local needs and resources to address those needs. The CSBG funding fills in the gaps where local funds fall short. We remain committed to our mission of strengthening the community while helping people in need. And we want to mahalo to our staff, our board members, to all of you, and to our funders to help us support our mission. And finally, on Resolution 25-102, we want to extend our condolences to Jonathan Starr's family. He was a very involved community member. We had an opportunity to work with him on certain occasions, and he definitely will be missed. Thank you so much. Aloha.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, Chair. The next testifier is Patty Copperfield, to be followed by Cassie Yamashita.
Good morning, members.
Morning.
That's a tough act to follow, and I didn't come with notes, so bear with me. I want to mahalo all of you guys for the support you've shown throughout these years and the 60 years that MEO has been operating for the community. To stick in theme with opening remarks, to remind ourselves of where we come from, I want to say, as a child of a parent from Kamalo, Molokai, and a child of a parent from Nahiku, Maui, I am very grateful for the place that I'm in with the agency I'm with, because every move I make keeps in mind not just Maui, emotional just a little bit, but not only Maui, but I keep in mind the needs of Lanai, Molokai, and Hana, because we provide not assistance. We provide no assistance. We help and support everybody who needs it. And a lot of people in our community need MEO. And we all serve a really, really good purpose. And not just for myself, but I know the rest of the directors in this agency. So, mahalo.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Cassie Yamashita, to be followed by Debbie Amaral.
Aloha, everybody. Good morning.
Morning.
Cassie Yamashita with MEO, Director of Community Services. I testified a couple weeks ago, and my message then is the same today. It's just really a mahalo. Thank you to Maui County and all of you here who support MEO services. we've been in existence for 60 years, which is a huge feat on its own, but we couldn't have done it without the support of the county. So just a huge mahalo. Just know that you guys, everything that we do is an extension of what the county is trying to put out. So yeah, that's what we want to represent. We represent our people, and thank you. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Debbie Amaral, to be followed by Maggie Batangan.
Happy Aloha Friday. Aloha. Thank you. My name is Debbie Amaral, and I'm the program director of our Head Start and Kahikamali'i programs operated through MEO. And out of the 60 years, I've been with MEO since 1995. So almost, well, half pretty much. I am honored to represent MEO and the keiki and the families. But more importantly, when I walk out into the community and I visit our neighbor islands or even nationwide, I am honored to represent Maui County. And when I share about the support that we receive through the county, the funding that extends our program year, subsidies for Kahikamali'i, I credit our County of Maui for giving that support and that investment, because generations of children and families that are currently now adults that was attending Head Start in 1965 as one of the first starting programs and now contributing to the community, and all races, ethnicities, backgrounds, affiliations, we represent all. And it is kako. I'd love to celebrate another 30 years or 60 years, but today we want to honor and thank you for the commitment that you've made on behalf of MEO and the county, the residents that we serve throughout our tri-isle. Mahalo, and thank you again.
Thank you.
Chair, currently the last person signed up to testify on the ceremonial resolutions is Maggie Batangan,
who is very familiar with these chambers.
I know, this is my first time on this side, so this is fun. Thank you for having me. It is really, truly humbling today to have the opportunity to thank you for 60 years of support of MEO. So many don't know that the root of MEO and the root of community action was tied to President Johnson's 1960s war on poverty. It was a huge movement that was really important for our country. And we've been really fortunate to receive federal and local support following that for 60 years. But in an increasingly uncertain federal landscape, your support really, truly means more than ever. I don't want to belabor that today, though, because today is a day for celebration. So we are really thankful to the mayor and board of supervisors in 1965 who supported the chartering of our organization. And we are thankful for the support of you and your predecessors who have carried that out ever since. So I'm here to thank you, but also to say that we are resilient and we are here for the community. So we really look forward to our successors thanking your successors in another 60 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, we'll be here.
No doubt. Thank you.
Chair, currently there is no one else signed up to testify on the ceremonial resolution, so we'll give last call. Anyone wishing to testify, please make your way to the podium or raise your hand in Teams. Seeing none, Chair, I'll count down 3, 2, 1. There's no one else to testify.
Members, any objections to closing public testimony on ceremonial resolutions?
No objections.
So ordered. We will still receive written testimony. Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before you is Resolution 25101, recognizing May 2025 as Community Action Month in the County of Maui and congratulating Maui Economic Opportunity, Inc., the county's only community action agency, on their 60th anniversary.
Councilmember Shane Sinensi.
Mahalo, Chair. I move to adopt Resolution 25-101.
Second.
Moved by member.
Second.
Moved by member Sinensi, seconded by Vice Chair Sugimura, to adopt Resolution 25-101. Member Sinensi, do you want the clerk to read the resolution?
Yes, please.
Okay. Ms. Clerk.
Thank you. Resolution 25-101, recognizing May 2025 as Community Action Month in the County of Maui and congratulating Maui Economic Opportunity, Inc., the county's only community action agency, on their 60th anniversary. Whereas the National Community Action Program was created with the passage of the Economic Opportunity Act of 1964 as a part of President Lyndon B. Johnson's War on Poverty. And whereas the purpose of this act is to eliminate the causes and consequences of poverty in the United States by offering a variety of resources to expand educational opportunities, increase the net gain for the poor and unemployed, and tend to the health and financial needs of the elderly. And whereas Community Action Month is celebrated in May by more than 1,000 community action agencies in all 50 states. And whereas community action agencies are local, private, and public nonprofit organizations which embody our nation's spirit of hope, change people's lives, and improve communities, making America a better place to live for everyone. And whereas Maui Economic Opportunity, Inc. is a private nonprofit community action agency that was chartered on March 22nd, 1965. And whereas MEO provides outreach and information and administers human service programs to low-income persons, youth, kupuna, immigrants, ex-offenders, and persons with disabilities and medical needs. And whereas MEO began with 2 cornerstone programs, the Head Start Preschool, now serving 183 and 4-year-olds on Maui and Molokai at no cost to eligible families, and the kupuna-led Maui Planning and Coordinating Council, which seeks to enhance the quality of life for seniors through education, companionship, and better health. And whereas from these humble beginnings, MEO has expanded to encompass more than 30 programs across 5 distinct departments, such as Transportation Services, Business Development Center, and Youth Services, each of which could stand on its own as its own nonprofit agency. And whereas MEO is frequently relied upon by state and local governments in dire times, most recently during the August 2023 Maui wildfires and the COVID-19 pandemic, because of their ability to swiftly implement programs that meet government fiscal requirements. And whereas MEO is celebrating 60 years of service to the people of Maui, Molokai, and Lanai as the only community action agency in the county of Maui. Whereas MEO's mission of helping people, changing lives is a guiding theme that is being carried out through the success of their human service programs and advocacy efforts. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Council of the County of Maui, 1, that it recognizes May 2025 as Community Action Month in the County of Maui. 2, that it further commends and congratulates Maui Economic Opportunity, Inc., its board of directors, employees, and volunteers for 60 years of service to the people of the County of Maui, and 3, that certified copies of this resolution be transmitted to Debbie Kabibi, Chief Executive Officer, Maui Economic Opportunity, Inc., the Honorable Josh Green, MD, Governor, State of Hawaii, and the Honorable Richard T. Bisson, Jr., Mayor, County of Maui.
Member Senensi.
Mahalo, Chair. I did want to share with the MEO staff, Chair, that everywhere we went during our budget district meetings, we heard testimony, numerous testimony in support and in praise of MEO services, from their early childhood to kupuna programs and everything else in between. It is truly a testament on how far-reaching their services go to all of our individual communities across this Pai'aina. So again, congratulations for their work for this first 60 years and for another 60 years. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really excited that they made 60 years. MEO touches the community's lives in so many different ways, from keiki to kupuna, from every single aspect, transportation, and all of the people that I've had the opportunity to interact with at MEO are just like total heart and soul engaged. So I'm happy for their anniversary, very supportive of their organization, and encourage them to continue because they are the pulse of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more discussion? Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Sinensi, for this resolution. I rise in full support. I want to thank Debbie Kabibi and her team for being so awesome. And I really love that the resolution mentioned the war on poverty and what the impetus to start this. Income inequality is at an all-time high. I mean, we have in this country 1/3 of our wealth is owned by the top 1%. I live on the island of Lanai. I see income inequality in massive differences between people's lives. Head Start is one of the programs they run, and as you know, the federal cuts are coming to Head Start, and I think now more than ever, we need Maui County needs to partner with folks like MEO. MEO is doing a great job, and I really think we should be the ones working side by side with them in the trenches. Specifically for Lanai, the transportation program is so loved and so important. I want to remind everybody we do not have any Maui County buses on the island of Lanai. So MEO is our buses, and I really appreciate all the things that they do for our kapuna, driving them down to the ferry, driving them to their appointments, to the post office. The kapuna really need them, and I really thank Debbie Kapibi and her team and everybody here on Lanai. So thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for the resolution.
Thank you. Vice Chair Sugimura.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you for doing this resolution. And Member Sinensi, good job. I also want to extend my support to MEO. Through the years in my pre-life, before I started being a council member, whenever there was a need of help in the community, we would reach out to MEO. And I think that was displayed with 911 when the community was devastated by that. And we reached out to MEO to help the citizens in need. Again, it happened during COVID. And again, during the wildfire right now with the TANF funds and other funds that they're helping to administer rent relief. And anytime there's that kind of devastation where it ripples through our community, we reach out to MEO. And I used to kind of joke and say, well, they're like a second government here because they can get things done and touch many lives. So I really appreciate Debbie Kabibi and all that she's done and her team, which you heard them speak. They are excellent. So I give my full support to this and look forward to continuing to work with MEO in the future.
Thank you. Any more discussion? Pro Tem Kama.
Thank you, Chair. I too want to just congratulate Maui Economic Opportunity for the great and wonderful work that they have done and are continuing to do. When you think about all the things in the resolution that is said, they do education, they do transportation, they do economic development, they do immigrant services, they do agriculture, they do the BEST program, which helps to our incarcerated to be able to transition out of prison, and they do housing. And who knows what they're going to do in the next 60 years that's going to need to get done, right? But they're definitely a community action program. They do action programs for the community. That's a need. So I am so grateful that they are here. I'm grateful for the leadership that actually started this way back when Joe Suki started it way back before my time. But grateful for the leadership that has come ever since that time and even till today and over the next 60 years. It can only get better when we who sit here help them to be better on behalf of our community. So congratulations to Debbie and your team. Thank you, everyone. We appreciate you. We love you, and God bless us all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Oh, Kiani, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. And mahalo, Member Sinensi, for introducing this resolution, which I fully support. And congratulations, MEO. Mahalo for all of your work. As my colleagues have all stated, transportation, we don't have a bus service on Molokai. MEO is our bus service on Molokai. And, transportation is critical on our island. It without transportation, it's hard to have a job because you can't get to work. It provides transportation for students to get to and from school, to give them an opportunity to participate in sports and other after-school programs. And, with all the other programs that MEO has stepped up to facilitate, to address, employment opportunities, economic development, like their Core 4 program that so many people in Molokai love, the Head Start, as my colleagues stated, the Best in Reintegration program, seniors assistance with utilities. So many of our seniors have benefited from this program, a program that would likely not be possible if MEO didn't step up to manage this program. Housing assistance as well. And as members Sugimura and others have said, stepped up to manage the dislocated workers program after the fires devastated our island. One of the things that was not mentioned that I'm truly grateful to MEO for doing, Mr. David Daly particular, is managing our farmers microgrants for the past 4 years. There's so much praise for this program, and without MEO stepping up and being willing to manage this pretty extensive program, we wouldn't be able to get this critical funding out to our farmers to increase food security. So Ms. Kabibi and all the team, mahalo for coming out today. Congratulations, and mahalo for your continued service. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? You have covered everything so greatly, and so I have nothing else to add. Ready for the vote? All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Okay. So we have 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you, MEO. Now, we would like to have you come up and take photos with us. And members, you have leis, remember. I'm not sure what Mona told me to do.
Member Johnson and I are sending our virtual hugs to everyone.
Ms. Clerk, please continue.
Chair, before you is Resolution 25-102, extending condolences to the family and friends of the late civic leader Jonathan Starr.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
I move to adopt Resolution 25-102.
Second.
Moved by Vice Chair Sugimura, seconded by Pro Tem Kama to adopt Resolution 25-102. Discussion, Vice Chair Sugimura.
I'd like to request that the clerk read the resolution in its entirety.
Ms. Clerk.
Resolution number 25-102, extending condolences to the family and friends of the late civic leader Jonathan Starr. Whereas Jonathan Starr, a longtime Maui resident and civic leader, passed away on March 5th, 2025, and whereas known in Maui County for his service with various state, county, and community boards, commissions, and organizations, Mr. Starr was also a licensed pilot, boat captain, amateur radio operator, beekeeper, woodworker, photographer, amateur historian, and bass player. And whereas Mr. Starr was born on March 15th, 1951 in New York City to a notable family whose business, Artcraft Strauss, created many of the greatest, most iconic and dazzling 20th century electric signs in Times Square. And whereas after leaving high school, he hitchhiked across the country working as a mechanic and then spent 7 years at the Bihar School of Yoga in India, where he took a 6-year vow of silence. And whereas he then lived in Kenya and explored the backcountry by motorcycle before returning to New York, serving as chief operating officer of the family business. And whereas Mr. Starr first visited Maui in the 1960s, moved to Kaupo in 1985, returned to New York in 1988, and then returned to Maui in 1994. And whereas he quickly became engaged in community events and public affairs, beginning a 30-year volunteer career in Maui County, including service as Commissioner, Commission on Water Resource Management, State of Hawaii, Chair, District 13, Democratic Party of Hawaii, and in which capacity he met future President Barack Obama and served as a pledged delegate at 2 national conventions. Member, Kaupo Community Association, where he helped to rebuild the former Kaupo School to be a community resource center. Member, Kihei Community Association. Board President, Boys and Girls Clubs of Maui. Member, Maui Amateur Radio Club. Board member, Wailuku Community Association and Maui Redevelopment Agency, where he promoted the revitalization of Wailuku Town. Chairperson, Maui Planning Commission, where he served during its review of the first Maui Island Plan. Member, Maui County Council Special Committee on County Governance, and whereas Mr. Starr, survived by his 43-year companion in adventures and civic duty, his beloved wife, Helen Nielsen, his daughter, sister, nieces, nephews, and cat, Eow, and countless friends upon whose lives he made a lasting impact. And whereas memorial celebration for Mr. Starr will be held in Woodstock, New York on May 17, 2025, and whereas the people of Maui County have benefited greatly from Jonathan Starr's community dedication and his life should be honored and remembered, now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the County of Maui, 1, that extends its condolences and deepest sympathy to Jonathan Starr's family and friends. 2, that it appreciates Jonathan Starr's many accomplishments and contributions as a dedicated civic leader, and 3, that certified copies of this resolution be transmitted to his wife, Helen Nielsen, his daughter, Julie Torres Payne, his sister, Thomas Starr, Jason Stenger, Board President, Boys and Girls Club of Maui, Kimberly Thayer, Chairperson, Maui Planning Commission, Shay Chan Hodges, Chair, House District 13, Democratic Party of Hawaii, Don N.S. Chang, Chairperson, Commission on Water Resource Management, State of Hawaii, and Honorable Josh Green, MD, Governor, State of Hawaii, and the Honorable Richard T. Bisson, Jr., Mayor, County of Maui.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I too would like to extend my condolences to Helen Nielsen and his family, and to appreciate all the years that he has spent here on Maui. I did speak with Helen. I don't see her here today, but she's in New York and preparing for the March 17th celebration of his life there. I do have a lot of experience working with him, and I think one very special is his years. Everything he did it with high enthusiasm. For the Democratic Party, I still remember he was the one that, as we struggled to pay for things, he helped us pay for, to help our Democratic Party pay for things that we had, with our small budgets. I appreciate him. Kaupo, where he lived, he got the federal government to declare an area like a national park, which was kind of close to his house in Kaupo. But everything he touched and made a deep impact. At the appropriate time, Chair, I'd like to ask if you could add certified copies to this, to add Jared Angtanang. He works for Member Cook, and he's actually the Democratic Party chair for Maui County. So if he could also have a certified copy of this.
Yeah, I'm sure there are no objections.
Thank you.
Members?
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Any more discussion? Member Sinensi.
Thank you, Chair. I too wanted to extend our sincere condolences to Helen and the family and friends of Jonathan Starr. Jonathan played a key role in our East Maui community, serving on the Kaupo Community Association Board and facilitating the restoration of the old school, which is now a community resilience center and emergency shelter. He also served on the Maui Planning Commission and represented East Maui during the review of the first Maui Island Plan. He was also a huge supporter of the Ohana Makamai social services programs in Hana and contributed to its success. So we are very grateful for all of his contributions in East Maui as well as the Maui County, and we send a fond farewell and a hui hou. Mahalo.
Thank you. Any more comments? If not, all those in favor? Pro Tem Kama?
I was trying to think of the last time I was with Jonathan and Helen. I think he took me to brunch, I think, at a German restaurant in Kahului. And he ordered something that was really foreign to me. And,
bring your
living
mic closer to you, please.
Oh, sorry. And so, living in Germany a couple of years, I thought, I don't know if I ever saw this on the menus that I've gone to at my friend's house. But nonetheless, I treasure those moments when we'd have breakfast or lunches or go to his office in Wailuku and just talk political stuff because, that was our relationship, right? Really political. But I'm so grateful for the support that he's given me when I first started out to run. And I think he recognized that I was so ku'aina, right? That he figured, I better talk to this girl and give her some of my wisdom. And I'm so glad that he did, because a lot of what he shared with me is what I've carried on through the years. So I'm very grateful to him and to Helen and for the investment that they put into me in their time. So thank you, Chair.
Pro Tem Kama, I can see where he helped you a lot because I remember your construction paper yard signs. Yeah. Okay, good. Glad he helped you. Any other comments or discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes. If you see someone missing, please let me know because I only see 4 people on my screen. Okay,
Aye.
9 people. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And now we have someone representing the family, Mr. Everett Dowling.
Council Chair Lee, council members, it's a privilege to, on behalf of Helen and Jonathan's daughter and sister, and to accept this resolution. I will hand deliver it on your behalf to Helen when I see her in May. But I think about Jonathan. Whenever I think about him, I think of that Dos Equis beer commercial, the most interesting man on earth. I mean, you look at all his life. He lived like 3 lifetimes in one. He runs away from home when he's in high school, ends up in the Caribbean in a band. His father hires a private eye, pulls him back to New York. Then he goes to India, doesn't speak for 5 or 6 years. Then he goes to Africa. He gets stopped by these 2 guys, young boys with machine guns. They're questioning him. He can't talk because he hasn't spoken for so long. I mean, this guy's life is just, it could be a movie. So, but thank you very much for recognizing him. He contributed so much of his time and aloha to Maui, and really with the help of his wonderful and dedicated wife, Helen, they did so much for Maui. So thank you very much. I'm happy to deliver it.
Thank you. You're a good friend. Would anybody else care to speak? If not, Everett, could you come down and take a picture with the members?
It's so true, the things he's done, you know.
Ms. Clark, please continue.
Chair, we're now at presentation of written or oral testimony. At this time, individuals may testify on any item on the meeting agenda. When your name is called, just please identify what agenda item you are speaking on if we haven't previously announced it. The first testifier is Brian Saracen, testifying on Resolution 25-104, to be followed by Paul Carter.
Repeat.
He's standing right at the back, Chair, waiting for the MEO people. Here he comes.
Morning, Chair.
Morning.
County Council, my name is Brian Saracen. I'm speaking on, I guess it's Resolution 25-104, Young Brothers. As a small business owner, it really disgusts me on no end. They fought Basha. They fought the Super Ferry. So guess what? Now they're the monopoly. So they can charge whatever they want. The rates, emergency rates, now they want more from the community. Fuel costs are going down, but you know what? The fuel surcharge on the bill is still the same. So it just does not, the freight is extremely high. And if I send a 125-pound package from Honolulu to Maui, it's cheaper to fly it through UPS or FedEx than put it on Young Brothers. And that is not right. I'm sorry. So I'm going to make it short and sweet, but basically they don't deserve it. And why doesn't the state or the federal government that regulates the harbors, why don't they give them a break on the rent or fees or whatever it is to help the local people and the local business? Because right now, government is not helping. It's just making it so difficult to stay in business and continue to pass on these freight charges. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the testifier? If not, thank you very much.
Chair, the next testifier is Paul Carter, testifying on Resolution 25-103, and he will be followed by Zeke Kalua.
Aloha kako. Guten Morgen alle. First, I want to thank you for listening to us, and I want to appreciate Council Member Paulton for bringing forward this resolution to appoint Pa'ele for the Board of Water Supply. I want to express my strong support for this resolution. I don't know personally Pa'ele, but I've heard him testify many times and speak publicly and watched what he does and his place in the community, and it's very clear he is just couldn't be a better person to appoint to the board. He'll be a tremendous addition, both his ancestral knowledge and connection to the water of Maui and all that it means, as well as his strength. He's obviously a really strong guy, and we need that. Yeah, we need someone who can speak forcefully and work hard. And the other thing I've noticed in listening to some of his public presentations is how considered he is. He doesn't just, go off here, there. He really considers all the things that are involved in the issue that he's talking about, and probably no more important issue for us here on Maui than water and how we manage it, because we've really seen the consequences of the mismanagement of it, and there's no better time than now to really move forward and, be good with our water for all people. So I want to really strongly support and encourage you to pass this resolution today with the timeline that is before us, yeah? Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Any questions? If not, thank you very much. Next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is Zeke Kalua, testifying on Resolution 25-103, and he will be followed by Jolie Jenkins.
Aloha mai kakou.
Aloha.
My name is Zeke Kalua, and I'm declaring before I testify that I'm here on vacation. And although many know that I'm affiliated with the Office of the Mayor, I am testifying as an individual. In my 16 years in government, I've only once previously testified to the appointment of an individual, and I was to Keamoku Kapu to the Cultural Resources Commission. I am honored to speak today to the appointment of Pa'ele Kiakona to the Department of Water Supply. I think that you can't expect the younger generation to step up into positions of leadership, which is exactly what this is, and not support them. And so I want to mahalo Councilmember Paulton for bringing forth his name and putting forth this information. It's a hard walk, a hard balance to find that neutral ground in very tough positions. And it's also very important to take hard stances on very important positions. A very common theme during the protection from Mauna Kea was, if not you, then who? If not now, then when? And I applaud Paele for answering that call, for standing in the gap for the community, for our children's children. And I want to implore upon the council that the absence of physical bodies to support his appointment in this chamber is not the absence of community support. The village clearly endorses his move, and I can absolutely speak to only the short time that I've known him, how impressed I continue to be. The man does not represent a bias. He is absolutely approachable. And for those that may question that statement, I just ask you to give him a chance. Allow him the opportunity to sit in one of these seats of leadership to help carry the torch for the community to come beyond ours. It's a common theme as well that what we have today is not ours, it's on lease from our children to us. And the only way that we can protect that integrity is to ensure that we have people that care enough to take time out of their own day, away from their own family, away from their own income providing for that family, in order to be a part of the solution. This is that time, and I speak today in strong support of Paele Kiakona, and I ask you to do the same. Mahalo.
Thank you. Questions, members? If not, thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Jolie Jenkins. She's testifying on Resolution 25-100, and she will be followed by Cesar Gaxiola.
Good morning, Council Chair Lee and County Council members. I'm Jolie Jenkins, CDBG Program Manager, and I'm here for Resolution 25-100. This is for the authorization of a lease for the Nahale Kupuna program, and I kindly ask for your support on this reso, as it will allow for one more kupuna living in FEMA-assisted housing to move into permanent long-term subsidized housing. This will be the first tenant in this unit, and I'm available for questions if you have anything. Mahalo.
Member Paulson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. I was wondering if you could update us. This is the number, what, of how many that are in Nahale Kupuna?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Paulton, for your question. This is the 7th unit out of 8.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions? If not, sounds like you're good to go.
Thank you so much.
Chair, the next testifier is Cesar Gaxiola, testifying on Resolution 25-100, and he will be followed by Tiare Horner.
Hola, buenos días.
Hola.
Good morning. Good morning, Council Chair, Council members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in front of you today. And so my name is Cesar Gaxiola. I'm the Executive Director for the J. Walter Cameron Center. And I've been the executive director for almost 19 years there. Today, this morning, I want to speak to you about the Nahale Kupuna program, and also want to say mahalo for all your support with this special program. As Jolene mentioned, this is the list that you have in front of you today is number 7. So we have 6 units already occupied. We currently working on the number 8 unit. And hopefully within the next 2-3 weeks, we'll be back to you to present the list to you. And so, but it's going really good, really great. You know, we're so grateful to have these units because our kupuna, they've been looking for housing, and some of them have moved 10 to 12 times in the last 18 months. And so definitely this makes a difference for them. So thank you very much.
Yes, sir, I have a question. Anybody else? Vice Chair Sugimura first.
So thank you, Cesar and the Cameron Center for stepping up to take care of this management, because as I think the CDBG office was having a hard time finding somebody to take, the management of all these Nahale Kupuna properties. So I just wanted to extend a special thanks, and I hope it goes smoothly, and you'll be reaching out to us if you need help in the future. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Cesar, do you charge a management fee?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So whatever rent you collect goes to the county?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Just wanted to check. Thank you.
Thank you.
May we have the next testifier, please?
Chair, the next testifier is Tiari Horner, testifying on bills 59, 60, 61, 62, 65, 66, 68, 69, 70, and 71. She will be followed by Jay Anna.
You going to do this individually?
No, I'm not, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
Just checking.
I will try to expedite this. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, council members. My name is Tiari Horner. I'm here testifying on behalf of Budget Director Milner on several bills. So, Bill 59, the county has received insurance proceeds for their Kumohana Hale apartments damaged in the August 2023 wildfires. These funds will be used to hire consultant services to begin work on the project. Additional insurance proceeds will be recognized in a future fiscal year when the department is ready for the next steps of rebuilding. The director or deputy director of housing will be available if there are any questions when the bill comes up. Bill 60, the amounts calculated for the bifurcation of the wastewater and water line item under the general excise tax revolving fund were incorrect in Bill 37, 2025. This amendment will correct the amounts by reducing the water allocation by $1,433,000 and increasing the funding for wastewater by the same amount. Bill 61 and 62, these bills will increase the allocation for the Department of Public Works Base Yard Facilities Program by $4.2 million using bond fund. These funds will be used for the acquisition of 220 Lalo Street in Kahului, Maui. The resolution, along with the appraisal documentation, will be submitted for consideration at the May 16th council meeting. We are requesting floor action for first reading on this bill today, as there are competing offers on the property. And the director or deputy director of Public Works will be available if there are any questions. Bill 65, we'll defer to Councilmember Cook on this item. Bill 66, we will defer to Chair Lee on this item. And Bill 68, we will defer to Councilmember Johnson on this item. Bill 69, this bill will delete the appropriation for the Trust for Public Land for due diligence on properties in Ma'alaya under the Office of the Mayor Economic Development Program and add a new appropriation under the Department of Management Office of Recovery for assistance with property acquisition in West Maui. These funds will still be for due diligence, including title reports, appraisals, landowner negotiations, holding properties to be transferred, and other related work that will help to preserve the properties as a public space. The entity contracted will also assist in the navigation of federal requirements for funding sources and any studies that are required for these sources. This is time sensitive as we are currently in negotiations with property owners and need due diligence assistance as soon as possible. And finally, Bill 70 and 71. These bills would move the bond funding for fire flow improvements from the Department of Management to the Department of Water Supply. As with the general excise tax fund appropriations, this CIP needs to be transferred to the Department of Water Supply for financial reporting purposes.
Do you have questions, or would you like the testifier to return as a resource person?
I am available for questions.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Do any of the members?
Vice Chair Sugimura and then Member Paulton.
Thank you. If any of the members want to have her available for when we take up the items, because you do have a long list.
Yes, we do.
But our office was in communication with Director Milner, and she did tell us that you would be coming. Maybe the one that may need a little bit more explanation is Bill 69, the $100,000. But you can, well, if you can, or come back when.
Yeah, come back. Yeah. We have a lot of ground to cover. Okay, would you be able to come back for when we take up those bills?
Yes, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
good. Any objections, members? Just to monitor, we may or may not have questions. Okay. Member Paulson.
Thank you, Chair. When the time is appropriate, I would like more information on Bill 59, because new projects are getting put by the wayside. We desperately need rebuild to occur sooner than later. So I have questions in terms of capacity and timeline for Komohanahale.
Thank you, Chair.
As well as every other government-assisted rebuild in the burn zone.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. We'll see you later then, huh?
Thank you.
Any other questions? I don't see any other questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Clark.
Chair, the next testifier is Jay Anna, and if you could please just let us know what you will be testifying on, to be followed by Royal House of Hawaii.
Okay, yes, mahalo. My name is Jay Anna. I'm the president of Young Brothers. I'm here to testify in opposition of the Maui County Council Resolution number 25-104, which opposes YB's proposed increase in shipping costs. While we understand the impact that rate increases have on our neighbor island communities, despite every effort to operate efficiently and due primarily to economic forces and systemic issues within the regulatory approval process, our financial viability is at risk, and we can no longer delay rate increases and rate relief. The economic challenges I reference relate to rising costs and decreasing cargo volume since the pandemic, competition from air freight forwarders, online shipping services, as well as direct shipments through interstate carriers. And we, YB, as a regulated water carrier, cannot adjust our rates to account for rising costs or inflation in a timely fashion. As you all know, we submitted a rate request in July of 2024. A cost of service model. Our cost of service model was approved in July of 2024 after nearly 5 years of waiting for that docket to be approved. That's a reflection of some of the challenges we face and delays of regulatory approval. And so now, without immediate relief, we project approximately $18 million in losses for 2025, which puts us at risk of defaulting on our loans, continued financial deterioration, and ultimately an impact to our service. Since our last rate increase, we've had a 17% increase in our operational costs. But despite that, we've continued to invest over $120 million in our fleet and infrastructure, 60 million of which, and in addition to that, 60 million from prior years still isn't recognized in rates. I should add that we have not been allowed by requirement to seek rate increases until after 2023. But as I mentioned, we were still waiting on the cost of service model to be approved in order to file. I mentioned the investments. We have 2 new barges, 2 new tugs, which includes investments that are specific to Maui County, the Kolohi barge, which is dedicated to Molokai and Lanai, as well as a short tension system, the first of its kind in the United States for Lanai, and it's focused on improved reliability and safety. The rate increase is currently under review by the PUC, but most importantly, it includes a request for an inflationary mechanism that will cap an annual increase at 5%, but it'll allow us to get steady, manageable rate adjustments that are beneficial for both the utility as well as the customer. We respectfully ask the council to allow state agencies to review and decide on our proposal based on its merits, and we appreciate you considering our comments in opposition to this measure.
Members, do you have any clarifying questions? Because I'm sure we're going to have more discussion later after we take up this item. Member Rollins Fernandez. Member Rollins
Mahalo,
Fernandez.
Chair. Mahalo. Aloha, Mr. Anna. I know you said we're going to have more discussion on this later, but I don't think Mr. Anna's going to be with us. So I would like to ask my questions now, if you would permit me, Chair.
Sure. Wait, Mr. Anna, you're not going to be able to come back?
I can.
Okay, good.
Okay, in case he's not, I'm just going to ask my questions real fast, Chair. Okay, so when the PUC approved the 2020 emergency rate increase, contingent upon this increase was a management and financial audit, which was completed in 2021. In that audit, the recommendation was YB implement an integrated package of 15 actions in agreement with the PUC if the emergency rate increase was to remain in place, which included agreeing to implement measures to cut costs by at least 3.4 million in the short term and to not ask for another rate increase, which you said you have, extending credit lines, maintaining $10 million in cash and agreeing to obtain PUC approval before spending any of that money on operations, investments, or dividends, and having an independent observer for its operations. These are just some of the 15. Did YB implement some of those recommendations from the auditor?
Yes, Councilwoman Rollins, we did implement that. We have a regular process with the PUC where we have to file status updates. We completed the obligations as required by the management audit, which allowed us then post 2023 to apply for rate increases.
Okay, and then Chair, my last question is, did YB decrease the approved 46% emergency rate increase after seeing the profits of $2 million a month due to those emergency rate increases, as was also recommended by the same audit, because YB was not supposed to be making such profits off of ratepayers paying that high of that substantial an increase?
I'm sorry, the question is, did we reduce the...
Did you adjust the rates after seeing that $2 million, you were seeing a $2 million profit per month due to those 46% increase rate?
I'm not speaking to the statement about the $2 million profit. We did not reduce the 46% rate increase. I will say, we did not exceed what is considered our allowed rate of return, and over the period post the emergency rate increase, we did not exceed that. And in fact, as recently as even last year, we're looking at $18 million in losses this year. We lost about 24 last year.
Okay. I look forward to asking you more questions. Mahalo, Chair, for that flexibility.
Okay, and then you did request that we take this up when you're here on Maui. So about when would that be? When would that be? After lunch?
If Mokulele is not delayed, I should arrive by 1:45 after lunch, and then I'll be at the county building by 2, hopefully.
Okay, Mr. Ana, it appears that we'll probably take this item up again, maybe around 2:30, hopefully, if there are no delays. Okay, can you join us again online?
I will clear some things to try to be available at that time.
Any objections, members, to having Mr. Ana as a resource person?
No objections.
No objections.
Okay, so ordered. So we'll see you later. Thank you. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, the next testifier is Royal House of Hawaii, and if you could please let us know what item you will be testifying on. He will be followed by Kiomailani Hanapi Hirata.
Aloha. I'll be testifying on all of them besides the one about Uncle, because condolences to him, aloha to him. But for all the, I'm going to testify on all of the rest of them because it has to do with my papa's kingdom, Kamehameha III, all of our papa, and all the discussions. So I just wanted to ask a question also about the discussions and the decisions being made, if there were any beneficiaries of the royal patents and the descendants of the royal patents called up by right by law to discuss what is happening to their lands, and also for the people.
Excuse me, testifier, could you please tell me specifically which agenda item?
All of them except the first two that were brought up.
By numbers, please.
I don't know the exact numbers, but okay, wait, I'll grab them right now. All of them after. Oh wait, resolution 25 through 99, and all of them after that. Not the first two, yeah. Okay, did you get that down? Sorry.
Yes, I'm not sure that those are applicable to your testimony today. You'll need to testify specifically to the agenda items, please.
Oh, I'm all of them then, because it has to do with my papa's kingdom, Kamehameha. and the beneficiaries need to be called up no matter what, anywhere, and from the decision makings that is being decided and discussed over, because this is all the Royal Patches descendants' lands, which is their undivided family lifetime estate, which lasts forever because it's allodial titled. And please call up the beneficiaries. Thank you so much.
Excuse me, testifier. The first resolution, 2599, is regarding a settlement authority regarding a case involving Melissa McGonigal. Can you please let us know when you've completed the testimony on that item? That's 2599.
Oh, I thought all of them below that, like all of them, you know how you guys brought up, didn't you guys brought up 2 at the first one, and then like now we're talking about the rest? Yeah.
That is resolution 2599 is the first listed in the resolutions.
Oh, shoot. Sorry. Oh my God.
The second resolution, 25100, is regarding a lease on Lower Honopi'ilani Road.
Oh, maybe I'm talking about the ordinances one. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
That's fine. Please let us know.
Yeah.
Please let us know which ordinance number you're testifying on, and then if you let us know when you've completed the testimony on that specific ordinance, then we'll restart the timer.
Oh, all of them. All of them. Thank you. And yeah, all of them.
Please begin.
Oh, all of them. All of them. Sorry, you got
all of them. Can you start on all of them?
Chair, I believe the testifier is prepared for questions if there are any by
Are there any questions, members of the testifier? Okay, may we have the next testifier? Oh, yes, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Oh, mahalo, Chair. I was just going to clarify for the testifier. I think the point that he was making, and I would like to invite him to correct me if I'm misunderstanding the point of his testimony, but I understood his testimony to mean that all of the legislation applies to his general comments about how everything that we do as a county government touches upon the Hawaiian Kingdom, and because all of its lands, whatever improvements are made, whatever revenue is generated, all of it is connected to our history.
Yes, correct. Correct. Thank you. Mahalo.
Mahalo for that clarification. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay, that's one interpretation. Any questions? If not, may we have the next testifier?
Chair, the next testifier is Keomailani Hanapi Hirata, testifying on resolutions 25103 and 25104, and she will be followed by DeAndre Makakoa.
Aloha aina kako. Aloha Chair Lee and council members. I am testifying here on my own behalf, doing my own time, and I'm testifying for myself and my ohana. O wao Keomailani Hanapi Hirata noho mai no moku o ahaina o Molokai. I stand in strong support of Resolution 25103, appointing Pa'ele Kiakona to the Board of Water Supply. I do not know Pa'ele personally. I know of him from the news. He doesn't know me either, but when I hear him speak, I hear the voices of his kupuna, of my kupuna, of our kupuna, sharing their mana with him, and just the aloha that flows through him when he speaks, the humbleness that comes from him. It comes from someplace. It comes from our kupunas. They give their strength and their confidence to him. At a time when our islands face critical challenges in care of our vai, we need leaders who are not only knowledgeable and passionate, but also willing to step forward with courage and fresh perspective. Pa'ele represents our next generation of Kanaka stewards who understand that the future of our vai is the future of Hawaii. For Kanaka Maoli, vai is life. It is our kupuna. Our Maoli mo'olelo teach us that where there is vai, there is abundance, there is health. Yet today, our vai are threatened by overuse, pollution, and competing interests. We need leaders who will prioritize the care of our vai with both cultural reverence and forward-thinking solutions. Pa'ele's willingness to take on this kuleana as an opio is exactly the kind of bravery we need. Too often, the weight of these responsibilities fall on the same few shoulders, while younger generations are told to wait their turn. But the time for action is now. Action for our appeal to Oamuko Kuleana. Change is no longer on the horizon. Change is here. It is now. Kuleana is sitting at our feet, waiting for us to acknowledge Ko Kuleana. Pa'ele brings energy, a deep connection to place, to Hawaiian values, and a commitment to ensuring that our care for vai honors both tradition and the needs for future generations. Appointing Pa'ele, we send a powerful message that the stewardship of vai must be shared responsibly across all ages, and that the voices of our Maoli Opio in shaping policies to help determine the survival of who we are. For me, in my investment, retirement doesn't mean money to me. I don't believe in money or assets. My retirement is how do I help the next generation to share my ike with them. By me standing here today is my investment in Pa'ele. I do know that our OPO will make sure that when I become older, they're gonna bring me Ia, they're gonna bring me Kalo, and they're gonna make sure that we have vai. That is who we are.
Thank you.
So, mahalo.
Okay, very good. Any questions? Any questions? If not, thank you very much.
Chair, the next testifier is DeAndre Makakoa.
I get one more.
Oh, you have another
Yes.
another item to speak on? Okay.
Yes. 5104. Okay. Mahalo. Aloha aina kako. Aloha Chair Lee and council members. I am testifying today on my own behalf, on myself and my ohana. Ovao Kelmailani, Hanapi Hirata no Homai no Moku o Ahaino o Molokai. I am here to urge you folks and to testify in strong support of Resolution 25104, opposing Young Brothers' proposed shipping cost increase, which would have devastating consequences for our island's families, economies, and our way of life. The Jones Act of 1920, which is an unfair burden on Hawaii, requires all goods shipped between U.S. ports to be transported on American-built, owned, and crewed vessels, has long driven up costs for Hawaii residents. This outdated law creates a shipping monopoly, limiting competition and allowing carriers like Young Brothers to impose steep rate hikes. While we cannot change the federal law overnight, we must push back against unfair rate increases that compound the Jones Act damage to our communities. Molokai cannot afford this increase. As one of the most geographically isolated communities in Hawaii, we already pay about 85% of Molokai's food is imported. Molokai relies heavily on Young Brothers for the shipment of food, medicine, building supplies, farming supplies, basic necessities. When Young Brothers raises rates, our entire island suffers. Already, Molokai residents pay some of the highest prices in the state for utilities, groceries, and goods. A shipping rate hike will make all of these unaffordable and hurt our elderly and low-income families. They will suffer. Molokai's agricultural producers depend on affordable shipping to send their products to market. Increased costs will force many to cut production or shut down, undermining our island's contribution to Hawaii's food security and economic resilience. Our mom and pop stores, contractors, and tradespeople already operate on thin margins. Higher shipping fees will lead to higher prices, layoffs, or even closures, further weakening our economy. Molokai cannot bear the brunt of unfair shipping policies. I urge you to pass Resolution 25-104 and fight for equitable solutions that don't punish our island's most vulnerable residents. Hawaii's inter-island shipping system is a lifeline and not a luxury. Mahalo.
Thank you. Any questions? If not, thank you very much. Next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is DeAndre Makakoa testifying on Resolution 25-103, and he will be followed by Katie Austin.
Aloha, council members and chair. Mahalo for allowing us the time to testify on this. I'm testifying in strong support for the appointment of Pa'ele Kiokona to the Board of Water Supply. Not only is he extremely qualified via his upbringing, farming kalo in Honokohau Valley and living off-grid through catchment systems, so understanding just how valuable water is and not being able to waste it, but also, receiving his bachelor's degree in environmental studies, further enhancing his knowledge in environment and water. But not only that, he's a community leader and someone that the community really looks to and looks up to. He's someone that the younger generation who we're seeing is getting more and more involved in civic engagement. He's someone that they look up to as well. So him being appointed to the Board of Water Supply and for these keiki to be able to see someone like them, someone that they look up to in these roles is very beneficial to their development and, their goals and dreams. And for us too, to, secure a future generation that wants to get involved in politics and get involved at this level. And not only that, he's a native Hawaiian with, a lot of mana'o and ike kupuna that he can bring to the table with him through that appointment. So I strongly encourage you all to appoint Pa'ele to the Board of Water Supply.
Thank you. Any questions? If not, thank you very much.
Chair, the next testifier is Katie Austin, testifying on Resolution 25-103, to be followed by Julin Lee.
Aloha Chair, aloha council members. My name is Katie Austin, testifying on my own behalf in strong support of Resolution 25-103, support for Pa'ele Kiakona's nomination on the Board of Water Supply. Pa'ele brings a deep understanding of our local issues and a grounded sense of kuleana to not only Vai, but our Aina. His roots, both culturally and professionally, make him the best candidate to help guide the county through the complex and urgent challenges surrounding Vai. In a time when water systems are at the heart of equity, justice, and survival for our communities, especially in places like Lahaina, we need board members who understand not just the policy, but will bring place-specific knowledge. He brings both ike kupuna and a forward-looking mindset to protect our resources for generations to come. Not willing to make decisions for the now, but understanding the totality of current situations and generations to come. I've seen his integrity, humility, and ability to bridge community and government gaps that are rare and necessary asset to bring forward for true protection of our Vai. And I do urge you to confirm Pa'ele to the Board of Water Supply. And I also want to know if I could just speak really quickly on Resolution 25-104.
Yes.
I am in support of that, and I'm putting on my Kahana Canoe Club hat as president. Just something to look at for what our community faces in shipping our va'as. Currently, we spend about $5,500 a year to ship our koa va'a inter-island for every state race. Unfortunately, we only have state races on Maui every 6 years, which we are having one coming up this year, but we're spending about, within a 5-year range, over $27,000 just to ship our va'a, our koa va'a, for cultural practices. And I, as Kahana Canoe Club, struggling after the fire, just in that sense, in that realm especially, I worry about what that's going to do to affect all of our members that are just, not only trying to survive with shipping costs of food and building materials and everything. I just wanted to give that perspective. So I do support that resolution. Mahalo.
Thank you. Questions? If not, thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Julin Lee, testifying on Resolution 25-103, to be followed by Robin Smith.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Aloha, my name is Julin I'i. I am from Lahaina, Maui, and I'm here on behalf of Resolution 25-103 to appoint Pa'ele Kiokona to the Board of Water Supply. Pa'ele is a deeply committed cultural practitioner. He embodies Malama Aina, not just in principle, but in practice, and carries the generational kuleana to protect and steward our water sources. His daily work reflects a lived understanding of the sacred relationship between Vai, Aina, and Kanaka, knowledge that cannot be taught in a textbook or captured in policy alone. Pa'ele is stepping into this role because of the deep aloha he holds for the Aina and his unwavering commitment to protect it for future generations to come. That kind of service grounded in aloha and kuleana is exactly what this board needs. For too long, critical decisions about Vai on our islands have locked the voices of those who are directly connected to its source. Pa'ele brings that voice. He brings ancestral wisdom, hands-on experience, and a deep commitment to the well-being of our Aina and our communities. His leadership is steady, grounded, and principled. He understands that Vai is not a commodity, it is a right, a kuleana, and the foundation of our survival and self-determination as Kanaka. With Pa'ele on the board, we gain not only expertise, but integrity and balance in some of the most pressing decisions facing Maui today. The future of our Vai deserves leadership that is rooted in both tradition and action. It is time to put Vai back into Hawaii. Therefore, Pa'ele Keakona has my full support. Mahalo.
Thank you. Questions? If not, thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Robin Smith, testifying on Resolution 25103, to be followed by Kai Nishiki.
Aloha, Chair.
Aloha.
Aloha, council members. Thank you for having me here today. I am here with a humble voice on Resolution 25103, appointing Pa'ele Keakona to the Board of Water Supply. I am not part of the county, so I'm here to testify independently. I am a teacher and caregiver of children here on Maui. I work with many Lahaina families and have been educated on the area of water rights and the ongoing water conflicts. As I understand, the Board of Water Supply has a crucial role in the water management and resource allocation, especially with those ongoing water conflicts. Mahalo to Governor Josh Green for making this appointment today and hearing our voices here on Maui. So I do not know Pa'ele. Personally, I follow him on the news and on social media, and I feel very strongly that his passion, his understanding in this area is exactly what Maui needs as a voice for the people in making sure there is fairness in the management of water here. And thank you so much for having me here today. And that's all I have to add. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Members, questions? No questions. Thank you.
The next testifier is Kai Nishiki, who will be testifying on Resolution 25103, 25104, and Bill 57, to be followed by Ki'i Kaho Hanohano.
Aloha, Chair, council members. Good morning. Let's see. Also, I just wanted to start off with the 25104 about Young Brothers, and I attended a recent public hearing and spoke in opposition to the rate increase for, all of the reasons. Here on the sister islands, we are disproportionately affected by any rate increases, and just everything is more expensive on the sister islands. And so this could really hurt Maui's push for diversifying our economy, as well as just impacting the everyday costs and needs of our residents. And everything has gotten so out of control expensive. This could possibly just push folks, into additional houselessness and force a lot of folks to seek assistance from our county and state governments just to support their families. Already we're having a horrible housing crisis that is unprecedented. And so, we can't take anything more. It's just one little thing just pushes people over the edge. So speak in support of the opposition. Let's see. For 25-103, I'm testifying in support of Pa'ele Kiakona for the Board of Water Supply. Pa'ele is a trusted and grounded community member whose deep roots in West Maui make him exceptionally well-suited to help provide input on the board and support a more just, sustainable, and community-serving water future. But I also provide this testimony with an urgent plea. We need bold, values-driven leadership from Maui County itself, particularly in the intertwined areas of water and housing policy in West Maui. For too long, the county has sidestepped critical decisions, allowing systemic inequalities to persist. The result, an ongoing housing crisis worsened by water management policies that fail to reflect our community's true needs. Earlier this week, testimony to the Commission on Water Resource Management, CWRM, revealed overwhelming public support for the county to assume control over West Maui's water resources, 77% of which are currently managed by private companies, with only 23% under county control. But here's the truth. Changing who manages the water will not solve the problem unless we also change how and for whom water is managed. Whether water is distributed by a private utility or the county Department of Water Supply, the outcome remains largely the same unless we fundamentally realign our priorities. West Maui's water must serve West Maui's people. We must ask who and for what should be prioritized for water access in West Maui. Who is being left out? Are we going to keep serving the needs of speculative real estate, luxury development, vacation rentals, resort expansion, and golf courses? Or will we finally center the needs of local families, kupuna, fire survivors, essential workers, and the Aina, which feeds us all? The county of Maui has a critical role to play, and it must step up. I offer the following recommendations. 3 policy changes the county should consider implementing now. 1, amend the plumbing code to allow R1 recycled water use for toilet flushing, to allow R1 water use specifically in multifamily, commercial, and public facilities. This is a basic, common sense change that would dramatically reduce potable water usage and a huge missed opportunity during the Lahaina rebuild. Update the county water system standards, as the current standards fail to reflect actual water use and ignore modern conservation design strategies. Establish a hierarchy of water use priorities and enforce it, especially during crises. The county must adopt a clear framework that prioritizes actual domestic use for local residents. Essential needs must come first, and we must have the tools for enforcement. Pa'ele Kiakona represents a new generation of leadership. He brings not only knowledge and credibility, but deep commitment to Kākou values and the vision of a water system that serves the people, not special interests. Mahalo nui.
Thank you. Questions, members? If not, thanks.
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Ki'i Kaho'o Hanohano, testifying on resolutions.
Was she also testifying on Bill 57?
We have her down for 57.
Kalamai, I did have Bill 57 and Bill 59 on my list to testify on. 57, this is a really amazing bill that would allow deed restrictions on open market homes. And so that's a really important tool to be able to use. And then, of course, everything's about housing here, and Bill 59 would, I think, assist Hale Komahanahale Apartments in West Maui, which served a lot of our kupuna. And so just want to offer support and anything that we can do to house our kupuna, especially in West Maui. Many of them, that is their last wish is, look, I just want to be able to go home to live out the rest of my years there. And so I think anything that we can do to honor that is important, and that the county would be doing a great service if they would be able to honor our kupuna in their wish to return to West Maui. Mahalo nui.
Any questions, members? If not, thank you.
Thank you.
Next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is Ki'i Kaho'ohanohano, testifying on resolutions 25-103, 104, and Bill 56, to be followed by Carol Lee Kamekona.
Aloha mai kākou, mahalo Chair and council members for hearing us today. Hoping that you receive all of this really powerful testimony with open minds and open hearts. I know that the folks that are here physically in this moment, as well as those that have submitted online, do so very graciously with deep care and concern for our lahui, for our lands, for our people, and particularly today for our waters. I'm going to start with that, Reso 103. I am strong support. I'm such a crybaby every time, but I am in the strongest possible support for this appointing of Pa'ele Kiokona to the Board of Water Supply. It's about time that we recognize our youth who are coming forward in so many ways. If you were at the water meeting in Lahaina just this week, you see that our OPO are rising, and they are powerful, and not just with passion, but with ike and with foundation and deeper understanding of the systems that have been occurring within our homelands for now generations, and how they are now able to, we are now able to, I am currently able to be a voice of the people and say what we need, what is corrupt, what needs to change, where our kupuna did not have that luxury. So that in itself, I want to say, this Kane, this young boy who I personally, raising my children also in Honokohau Valley throughout our lives, not just Honokohau, but when he was young, I see this young man now, I couldn't be more proud. I don't know him intimately, but I know him from small kid, and I know his integrity, and I know his ohana, and I know that there are things growing up in Honokohau Valley, Kahakuloa Village, places like this, that you can't learn from a book, you can't learn from a survey, and whatnot. And this Kane has integrity for the people and for the water and the way that it is used. And it has been obviously misused for generations. And so that's time to change. It's time to change. The fires in Lahaina was largely because, or the drastic level of which the fires took place was largely because of the misuse for many, many years of these waters. And so someone who deeply understands, not just as Kanaka, but just in general, that, we have options. There are better options. We can't keep tapping our aquifers. We have to find positive solutions for our future generations. I have been testifying my whole life with Nakupuna o Maui. I was that youth. Yeah, and I'm still testifying today about the same thing, so please take heed to that. The next one here is Resolution 25-104. I am in support of opposing the increase in shipping costs proposed by Young Brothers. That Jones Act, boom. That's all I have to say. I'm going to wrap it up with just a big boom. Okay, that is not okay in the first place. And at this point, I personally serve families from before the fires, but particularly now, even more so at a much larger capacity since the fires, with food, with diapers, with basic essentials, and people are showing up in groves still. You know, like we are in a very, very, very dire state where people have left home and struggle and don't know if they will ever be able to come home. And it's not just because of the housing crisis, it's because in general, the cost of living has increased so substantial, so drastically, and so fast. And, you know, I hope, I don't know about you guys, actually, I don't know what you get paid, but I know that I don't get paid enough. I haven't seen the increases in my pay rate, you know, to be able to exist here at home. And I also know that there are many of us who will not leave home no matter what. You know, so please help us. Please help us stay home because, you know, these shipping companies we depend on for everything. And we already see a decrease in the containers that are coming for multiple reasons, yeah, not just here in state and county. So we need to be able to do whatever we can to make sure that we still have the goods that we need for our people to survive and thrive. Yeah, survive and thrive. I'm gonna say that one more time. Survive and thrive. Because we don't want to just survive. We like thrive. And we need things to be, I mean, first of all, yes, we should be focusing on what we can do at home so that we don't have to depend on all of that shipping. But there are things that we do depend on, especially like lumber, when we're trying to rebuild Lahaina. Yeah, we can increase the cost for that. We cannot do that, especially in these times. Yeah. So I'll wrap that up so other people can speak. And which other one did I say? Okay, so this one was kind of a last minute ad. This is under the ordinances, the Bill 56. I didn't get to go deep into this, so I'm assuming, which is not really always a good idea in these arenas, because sometimes something looks apparently good and maybe it's not so good. But my most important comment here as a Native Hawaiian practitioner and someone who really lives off of our aina and depends on vai for our native plants and for our sustenance, our foods. We definitely need to acknowledge how important it is for preservation and restoration of native plant species and native traditional foods. I'm going to add to that, like specifically, we need to be able to have vai for that. And we can't have exorbitant, crazy costs for vai to be able to maintain that. These things, the native plant species, those habitats, is what sustains aina. It's part of a very specific ecosystem that we depend on for all, again, to thrive. So whatever this bill is about, Kalame didn't get the inside scoop on the details, but I just want to say in general, since I'm here, it's very important, whatever you're doing here, to make sure that we have access to that vai and that it is attainable and affordable for us to be able to support our kupuna, which are these native species, to continue to exist. Okay. Next one I didn't list is Bill 59, and I didn't realize that I was here for that either. But whatever, I'm also in support of this one, and I stand on the testimony also of Kaina Shiki. I'll just do that because she can wrap them up real good. But our kupuna need housing, our people need housing, and so whatever we can do to support that, I kako that. Mahalo. Any no?
Thank you. Any questions? No questions. Thank you.
Mahalo.
We'll take one more testifier before taking a break.
Chair, the next testifier is Carolee Kamikona, testifying on Resolution 25-103.
And then who after the break?
After the break, the first testifier is John Carty.
Aloha kakia kako. You all know me, but for the record, my name is Carolee Kamikona. Hi, boss. Madam Chair and council members. As a disclaimer, I am testifying off the clock as an individual of support of Resolution 25-103, the appointment of Pa'ele Kiokona to the Board of Water Supply. Mahalo, Councilmember Pelton, for bringing this awesome individual to this council for an approval to a leadership role. Pa'ele is a staunch advocate for our Lahui, as was evident in his role with Lahaina Strong. Pa'ele understands the values, beliefs, and traditions of an identifiable Kanaka Maoli. His aloha is steadfast and unwavering. His malama for Aina is undeniable. His leo is our leo. He makes proud his kupuna, our kupuna, advocating for the betterment of our 7 generations. We all know what it takes to be in service for our Lahui, the time, effort, and dedication this service takes. Hanaho to this council. I am in strong support of the appointment of Pa'ele Kiakona, and I pray you are too. Mahalo.
Thank you. Any questions? If not, thank you. Hey, members, we're going to take a short break, return at 11 a.m. This meeting is in recess. Will the meeting of May 2nd please reconvene? Ms. Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next testifier is John Carty. Can you please let us know which item you're testifying on, to be followed by Lorraine Smythe.
25103. Aloha, Chair and Council members. My name's John Carty. I'm speaking as an individual to express my strong support for Pa'ele Kiakona's nomination. I've worked closely with him. He is president of Save Honolulu Coalition and myself as vice president. And during this time, he's represented the highest level of leadership, wisdom, and strategic vision. His deep commitment to Hawaiian values has been essential to our work, especially in protecting Honolulu and stewarding our natural resources. In my 20 years as an environmentalist, I've worked with amazing people, and he's truly special. He was made for this. Don't think of him as young or future generation. His qualifications stand on their own. And when it comes to water management, look at where Western policy has gotten us. All people of Maui need this Hawaiian environmental scientist in this position. Mahalo.
Thank you. Questions, members? If not, thank you very much.
Chair, the next testifier is Lorraine Smythe, testifying on Resolution 25103, to be followed by Courtney Lazo.
Aloha, council members. My name is Lorraine Smythe. I'm here on behalf of Resolution 25103. I strongly support the appointment of Pa'ele Kiakona. I do not personally know him. I have seen him speak out for the rights of the community with humility, eloquence, and respect for people, whether they are in agreement with his position or not. I feel this appointment fills the need that we have to place this next generation into the seats with voices. Pa'ele has the background, as aforementioned by previous supporters. I believe that when struggles happen, it allows leaders to rise. I strongly feel we are in the presence of a true leader.
Thank you. Members, questions? If not, next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is Courtney Lazo, testifying on Resolution 25103, to be followed by Jeff Lazo.
Where's the baby?
He's a little too crazy for me right now, so even with his dad. Excuse me. Aloha Council. My name is Courtney Laws, and I'm testifying in support of Pa'ele Kiakona's nomination for the Maui Board of Water Supply.
There's some Kleenex right there, if you need it.
I promise I'm not sick. The VOG is just really kicking right now. Post-fire, my lungs just did not fully recover. But I just want to say that I strongly urge you to pick him for the Maui Board of Water Supply, standing alongside him the past almost 2 years within our capacity of Lahaina Strong and community members. I didn't think I was going to cry. He's just shown such great leadership and brought so many of the issues that wasn't even on our radar, as far as it comes, everything that's happening in Lahaina, and just the way that he stands for everything that's important to our community, even if it's not the easy choice, even with opposition, and no matter how hard it gets, he just shows such fierce leadership. And I think about people who will be holding positions like this and how it's going to affect our kids' future. I look at my baby and I think, if I have to choose somebody to represent that generation and my future mo'opuna, can I make that decision confidently? And I look up at Ellen and I'm like, yeah, I think we'd be in really good hands. And he's somebody that's for the community. He's in the community, someone that walks by us in the store every day. We see him at baby parties. We see him at the beach. We see him at Safeway. He can't hide. So, that's just accountability to make sure that you do the right thing and you stand for your community in the Lahui. So I just want to mahalo you guys for your time. And please pick him. Mahalo.
Thank you, Courtney. Any questions? If not, next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is Jeff Lazo, testifying on Resolution 25103, to be followed by Lauren Rego.
He's starting them early.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jeffrey Lazo. Here to testify and for Paele Keokono. Sorry, I'm kind of a stage fright person, but if you guys don't choose this man, I don't know what to tell you guys for the history and for the future of our kids. And we hope you guys make the right decision and choose him. Bye-bye. It's the attempt that mattered.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chair?
Yes, do you have a question, Jeff?
Yes, ma'am.
Pro Tem Kama.
Thank you for being here in your testimony. But I'm so far, I can't read your sign. Can you read that for me, please?
It says, my uncle Paele knows Vai. Pick him for Maui Board of Water Supply.
Thank you. Oh, my ka'i.
Chair, the next testifier is Lauren Rego, testifying on Resolution 25-103, to be followed by Kelly Kiahi.
Aloha Council. Thanks for having us here today. I just want to put my name on the record. I feel like this is a historical moment. I think that this is the first of many things that we will see Paele continue to do in his leadership. And I just wanted to offer my experience of working with Paele on a day-to-day basis is something that feels like a real honor. And I hear a lot of describing him as like youth and next generation, and obviously that's true, but I look to Paele for guidance, and he is somebody who is fair. He takes in all of the information, really complicated sets of information, and then he can really see right through it. He's really like decisive and guided, and a lot of people offer where that is coming from. I'm not sure, but it's real and it's really special. And I don't know if it's like a once in a generation thing. I hope not. I hope that we need a lot of Paeles, but it really is unique. And I look forward to seeing him in that position on the Board of Water Supply and watching more Board of Water Supply meetings. I think a lot more people will take a keen interest in what's happening in those meetings, myself included. And also, I just want to say, please don't support young brothers raising their rates. Mahalo.
Thank you. Chair, the next testifier is Kelly Kiahi, testifying on Resolution 25-104, to be followed by Paele Keokono.
Aloha Council, can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Hi, I wasn't for sure if I could get here today due to car issues, and I was originally here support for Paele, but I did mine online, my testimony for that. As I was sitting here today, I also, was listening to some stuff about the shipping container stuff, and as a homeowner in Lahaina who did lose their home, it bothers me a lot, the cost that it's costing us to rebuild. When we did lose our house, we had to make some tough decisions, and we decided to go ahead and bring over a trailer, which we purchased on the mainland for $8,500. It's a cheap old thing just to put a roof over our head and get us through that time. When I called for shipping in August, they quoted me $10,000 to ship a 30-foot trailer. Within 6 months after we finally pulled the trigger to do that, and the shipping costs went up to $13,580 within that short period of time to get our trailer here. So I was a little over, I think in my head, like $21,000. First time to build my house in 2005. We are homeowner builders. We do all the labor ourselves. It cost us about $185,000 to ship the materials from the mainland in a shipping container, whole house, put it up. Now that we're doing this again, unfortunately, we're looking at about $500,000, and that's just for materials. And that's materials here on island that we're doing. So it's a huge difference, and it does really affect us families here that are trying to just get back on our feet. I really hope that we do not raise more shipping costs, because we're not done building, and we still have no Hana to build, and it's terrifying what we thought we budgeted. If we're going to even be able to afford to continue to put a roof over my adult child's head that is priced out of housing here. So I hope we don't. So thank you.
Thank you. Questions? If not,
Chair, the next testifier is Paele Kiakona, testifying on Resolution 25103, to be followed by Ray Vitka.
Hello. Hello, Chair Lee and council members. Mahalo for the opportunity to speak. I'm not here to testify to support myself because that would come across as extremely arrogant, and that is not me. But I am more so just going on the record to state that I am here if any of you may have any questions for me. And I am in strong support of Resolution 25-104. Mahalo.
thank you. Any questions for Paele? No? Okay. Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Ray Victa, testifying on Resolution 25103, to be followed by testifier first name Jordan, who is currently our last testifier.
Okay, just to let you know that hopefully when we complete the testimony, we're going to rearrange the agenda so that we can vote on Paele's nomination up front, and then after Member Uuhajan's bill. Okay?
Aloha Council, aloha all council members. Mahalo for allowing us to take the time to speak to you. My name is Ray Victa. I am a fairly new resident on island, a little over 4 years. I was blessed enough and humbled and honored to have met Paele after the tragic Lahaina fires. His leadership and passion what we needed to do to move forward really compelled me to come here today to appeal to you to appoint this individual to help represent your island more than my island. I am trying to adopt it, but when I see what Paele believes in, and I have been blessed enough to go to that valley, and it is absolute paradise. And I beg the council to please consider bringing this individual on board. He has this vision and this passion, and his ability to be able to communicate across all lines is extraordinary. And I've been blessed enough to meet a lot of cool people, but I'm at a loss for words. I really, really am. And this is such a beautiful opportunity, in my opinion, to get a fresh set of eyes and for the future of the island, for the keiki, and to try to establish that we can all work together because we do have a common goal. And that's to preserve the islands. And it's not just this paradise. Other paradises are getting destroyed. And I think we can really set a precedent and create a vision for other areas that are getting crushed by overpopulation and over-visiting. Again, there is a balance, and I have heard Paele speak to this, and in difficult situations, and this is the first time I have spoken in front of a council. That's how strong, and I'm not a young man, that's how strongly I feel Paele's contribution can be to here and hopefully, worldwide, like big vision, but I believe it can happen. Anyways, 100% support 25-103 for Paele. Mahalo.
Thank you. Questions, members? If not, next testifier.
Chair, there is currently no one signed up to testify at the beginning of the meeting. If there's anyone wishing to testify, please raise your hand in Teams. Oh, I'm sorry. Jordan is online. Sorry about that. Jordan, please go ahead.
Oh, Jordan.
Aloha, Chair and members of Vine County Council. Can we hear?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Testifying from Hana, so I don't know how the service is out here. My name is Jordan Ruiz, and I'm testifying today in strong support of Paele's appointment to the Board of Water Supply. Paele brings an essential perspective to this role, one rooted in deep culture and understanding, environmental stewardship, and a firm commitment to the well-being of our communities. His advocacy for Aina-based solutions, community self-determination, and long-term resilience reflects exactly what type of leadership we need, guiding decisions about one of our most precious and threatened resources, Vine. In this time of growing concern about drought, overdevelopment, wildfire risk, the rebuild and resilience of Lahaina, and competing water uses, it is critical we have voices on the board who understand not only the technical dimensions of water policy, but also the cultural, ecological, and social dimensions that are unique to Maui. Pa'ale's advocacy shows that he's not afraid to stand up for what is right, even when it might challenge the status quo. I know he will help ensure our water systems serve the people and ecosystems of Maui first and foremost. I urge you to confirm Pa'ele Kiokona to the board. Appointments like this will bring great hope to the people. His leadership is exactly what we need to move forward a more sustainable and just future. Mahalo nui.
Thank you. Any questions for Jordan and Hana? If not, thank you. Have a nice time.
Mahalo.
Chair, we have another testifier signed up, Jermaine Bellino. Please go ahead, Jermaine Bellino. Looks like you need to unmute on your end. You click the little icon that says mic up at the top right corner, so it doesn't have a line through it.
Is she calling in from Molokai?
Not sure. So at the top right of your screen, there's a bar, and there's a camera icon and a mic. So your camera's on, but you need to unmute your mic on your side.
I'm afraid we're going to have to proceed.
Okay. Chair, we'll come back to you, Ms. Bellino. We'll move on to Hanalei Lindo. And please let us know which item you're testifying on. Hanalei Lindo?
Right.
There you go. We
Let's
can hear
see
you.
if this. Can you hear me? Yeah? Hello, everybody. Good to see you, council members. My name is Hanalei Lindo. I'm a Molokai resident. I will be testifying in support of Resolution 25-105. And sorry, was the last minute. I just got notified of this. I love supporting our Molokai community. I love supporting our county. I love supporting my wife in so much. All I wanted to do was just come in support and lay down some things. You know, when our community got together to put together the Molokai Heritage Trust, I was amazed at how transparent, how much information they put out there in order to get the community involved. I was amazed that must have been at least 100 or so people who participated in the different meetings. You know, me, I don't like meetings, but I found myself engaged, seeing the heart of what Molokai Heritage Trust was about. And then at the point that we are now is, my understanding is seeking assistance and on partnership with the county, which to me makes a whole lot of sense, being that a lot of the county properties that we already are using are already on the Molokai Ranch land. I know the money sounds pretty unreal. Asking for $30 million for this resolution is huge. But I think moving forward, the partnership and the collaboration, what has already been going through for so many years, I think we can just take it to a next step. I just propose and let you know that the community engagement has been overwhelming. I mean, they participate in all kind of different engagements that even I participate in. And there's some false information out there of people saying that there has been none. That is absolutely one lie. And that's coming from me. And you know, that's my opinion, but I've been a part of the process for a few years, and I just wanna just let everybody know that Molokai is participating, people are participating, the engagement of the community is huge, the transparency is huge, and I think it would be a huge value to our county and to our people and to the trust. Mahalo, all of you guys, for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Any questions for Hanalei? If not, hey, you look really good in your retirement. So relaxed.
Yeah.
Very good.
Oh, yes, thank you.
May we have the next testifier?
Chair will return to Jermaine Bellino. No, it still looks like you're muted on your end. Do you want to try calling in? I'll give you the call-in information. It's also posted in chat. The phone number is 808-977-4067. You'd enter the code 234-794-559, and then there'll be prompts. We'll go to testifier Chantel Lindo, testifying on Resolution 25-105.
Aloha, council members, County Council Ohana, OCS Ohana. My name is Chantel Lindo, and I'm testifying on my own behalf for 3 resolutions. One, the support of Resolution 24-103. For Paele, 24-104, Young Brothers to not support the increase. Just want to talk a little bit about that. Molokai has long struggled with being the secondary island. So part of the explanation of why we pay more in all kinds of shipped goods is because we're not a direct location, which to me seems really unfair, because then we get designated with an essential service designation that warrants no extra benefits. Not in costs, not in delivery options or service, not in choice. And so the essential service designation must give somebody a benefit somewhere in the county or somewhere in the community, but it definitely does not extend to the people for which the essential service designation was designed and the intent of that. So a while back, before COVID or during COVID, YB asked for an increase, to which extent they didn't get the whole amount they wanted, but they did get a subsidy of like millions of dollars to rectify and ensure that there was some kind of a supplemental business plan, so that in the future we wouldn't need to pay or have any kind of increase, and they didn't deliver. So I don't know what the answer is, because I think a lot of people are afraid that it's kind of a catch-22. I complain about the only barge coming to our island, and then we're stuck in the idea that no matter how much we complain, it really is the only method of shipping, and so we pay what we gotta pay anyways. And so I think it's time for the council and the counties to rise up and to let the state know that there needs to be other policies and real firm action in not making us have to be stuck and held hostage to any corporation or company that does not provide the services to the extent that is necessary, especially under essential services. Also, I wanted to give my complete support to 24-105. And I wanted to clarify something on that. This is specifically to speak to, it's not asking for any money. It's not asking for any money. It states an amount because that's the way we do things, to ensure that you're not committed to any kind of, you have an expectation of what you can expect. It also is a make sense kind of idea that from 2017, there has been critical lands on Molokai up for sale. Everybody knows that. The organization Molokai Heritage Trust was specifically designed to take on the kuleana of addressing an offensive approach to land back initiatives. So without speaking to anything in particular, I just want to say that the county remains vulnerable, and this council has seen instances where we cannot even improve the parks or the facilities because we do not own them. And this is a very important aspect of the reasons why we need to secure those under county ownership at some point and start the negotiations early on, so that we do not become vulnerable to bad landowners that see the rest of the island as being seriously in need, and some of the major value of those lands that we sit on are the prime spots. So in theory, could become the most valuable sales point of somebody who doesn't care about our taxpayers or our community. So just in closing, MHT was created as an extension of generations of fighting for our land back. And in 2017, when the ranch came up for sale, the community united. Uncle Walter Reedy and the activists united with the ranch workers. And we said that we would never again be held hostage by any foreign entity or any kind of quest to separate our community. So after about 200 meetings and 150 hours of dedicating to a line-by-line community process of creating our bylaws, with open engagements every single month, the MHT has continued to not just have over 100 members, which is really good for Molokai, but also continue to be able to educate and make partnerships with other indigenous cultures all over the world to look at viable economic and social benefits to our island. And so I want to say that if anybody questions my commitment to the Molokai community and my efforts to absolutely engage the community, then you don't know Molokai. I am committed to this island, and it is a false statement that people would say that they're not included. MHT is created in its very essence to be inclusive to all three types of tiered membership and give an ultimate power to the community, generational families, and residents to be the only voting membership of our island. We can do all we can, me as a member, to include the community. But if you don't show up, that's not my fault. So we're going to invite the whole community as we have, show up or shut up. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your subtle testimony. She's our second favorite on Molokai.
Chair will return to Jermaine Molino. If Ms. Molino, if you're calling in by phone, press *6 to unmute. That's *6 to unmute.
Hello?
Oh, okay, we hear you. Keep talking.
Aloha.
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 It looks like you need to unmute again, *6. You were unmuted and we can hear you.
Aloha. Thank you so much. Aloha, Chair and Council members. Jermaine Bellino, calling in, testifying in regards to Resolution 25-103. I also want to thank you for the guidance with the technical difficulties. Appointing Pa'ele Kiakona to the Board of Water Supply for, all the reasons aforementioned and more. I'm calling in full support of his appointment and really encourage this council to confirm him as well. So, mahalo.
Thank you.
Mahalo.
Yeah, thank you.
Chair, we have no one else currently JC Lawmaking has been at the podium.
Aloha ka aha o ke kalana o Maui. Aloha akaku. The Hawaiian word of the day is Olelo Hawaii, and that means the Hawaiian language. And make sure you get the macron and the glottal stop there correct. I don't know if your computer AI intelligence thing can read Hawaiian. This, so I looked at, I found a newspaper from the Honolulu, and I looked at the public hearings part. It's in the back of the sports page for April 29th, and I got it on April 30th, and I saw in there it said there's a, okay, let me start with my speech here, and then I'll include that. It's a notice of public hearing, and it says, I'm speaking on 25-104, Madam Clerk. Notice of public hearing application of Young Brothers LLC for approval of a general rate increase and certain tariff changes, docket number 2024-0255. The State of Hawaii Public Utilities Commission pursuant to HRS 26912 and 26916 hereby gives notice that it will hold a public hearing regarding Young Brothers' request for a general rate increase. The public hearing will be held in person for Maui residents Wednesday, April 30th at 6:15 p.m. in the Pu'ukukui Elementary School Cafeteria, Wailuku, Hawaii. For Lanai residents on May 1st at the Lanai Senior Center. Unfortunately, the Molokai residents didn't get a hearing on their island. I'm wondering what's going on with that. So thank you for Molokai residents for coming in and giving your opinion. And thank you, Chair, for putting this on the agenda because I missed the meeting. I didn't get it in time, so I appreciate giving the opportunity here. The Commission will investigate whether applicants' proposed general increase, water carrier inflationary cost index, and a temporary rate increase are just and reasonable. Applicants seek approval of the following requests from the Commission. Number one, a revenue increase of $26,368,923 or 27% over revenue at present rates for the 2025 test year based on a rate of return on a rate base of 11%. Permanent rates that will allow Young Brothers an opportunity to earn a fair rate of return on its investments to go into effect within the time frame stipulated by the parties to this proceeding as approved by the Commission. Implementation of the first tier of the water carrier inflationary cost index and automatic annual rate adjustment tied to the annual percentage change in the GDP, that's United States GDP, index capped at 5%, and other relief as the Commission deems just and appropriate under the circumstances. Applicants' proposed changes for general rate increase requests are summarized below. They give you a chart here, and it's at least 20%. I got down. Let me just put this last sentence in here. It's at least 20% and up to 45%. And the one that caught my eye was the bulk auto discount is a minus 10%. So that's just what we need is more automobiles on Maui, right? So I oppose this. I'm standing behind Keani Rollins Fernandez and these guys that wrote this resolution 25104. And so my United States name is James Lawrence, and I urge everybody to look that up on Google because he was involved in the war with the British in 1812 on the Great Lakes. And that reminds me of why the United States got formed in the first place, of the Boston Tea Party.
Chair, currently there is no one signed up to testify, so we'll go ahead and give last call. If anyone wishes to testify, please raise your hand in Teams or make your way to the podium. Chair, seeing none, we'll count down 3, 2, 1. There's no one else to testify.
Members, any objections to closing public testimony for the beginning of the meeting?
No objections.
And receiving written testimony. So ordered, Ms. Clerk.
Thank you. And did you wish us to go to ordinances at this time?
Yes.
Well, currently we have no one signed up to testify on the ordinances, so we'll go ahead and give last call for anyone wishing to testify on the ordinances who hasn't already testified. Chair, seeing no one raising their hand in Teams or making their way to the podium, we'll count down 3, 2, 1. There's no one else to testify on ordinances.
Any objections to closing public testimony on ordinances?
No objections.
And receiving written testimony. So ordered, Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Shall I proceed with the ordinances for second and final?
The one requested by Member Rollins, Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. Before you is Bill 51, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2025 budget for the County of Maui, estimated revenues, capital improvement projects, Department of Public Works, countywide road improvements, general fund, countywide traffic and safety program, and Appendix C, Department of Public Works, countywide traffic and safety program.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you. If there are no objections, may I please ask the clerk to also call up.
Is your mic on?
Oh, yes. Okay, I'll go closer. If there are no objections, may I please ask the clerk to also call up Bill 53 and is Member Kama doing 52 and 53? No, I'm going to do 53. Okay, 52, and then Member Kama will do 53. Thank you.
So 51 and 52?
Yeah.
Any objections, members?
No
Okay, 51 and 52.
Bill 52, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2025 budget for the County of Maui, estimated revenues, capital improvement projects, Department of Water Supply countywide, and Appendix C, Department of Water Supply countywide.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you. I move to pass Bill 51 and Bill 52 on second and final reading.
Second.
Moved by Vice Chair Sugimura, seconded by Member Hodgins to pass Bills 51 and 52 on second and final reading. Discussion. Vice Chair Sugimura.
No further discussion.
Does anybody need, Member Paulton?
Thank you, Chair. I can be supportive of this. I just wanted, if Director Molina is watching, that CBS 6067 also includes Mr. Nip's speed table at Niheu Street that he's been waiting for many years. The Kahana Boat Ramp Gang, who they took away their makeshift speed bump, is still waiting, as well as improvements for pedestrian safeway at Honokowai by LNL, Napili Park, and Lower Honoapilani Road and Hui Drive D. So just because we've been asking that for years and waiting, we don't want to wait for more years in case Director Molina is on, because I keep putting money in there, and then when people complain to the highways crew, they tell them for me to put money in, and I say, what about the money I already put in? And you can tell people for me to put more money in when you haven't delivered on the money that I already put in for pedestrian safety projects. So that's all I got to say about that.
Okay, any more discussion? Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, thank you for allowing me to leave. I do have a family emergency to get to. I just wanted to voice my support for Bill 51. This continues to ensure the safety of Paia Town, and you all know how much I love Paia Town. So thank you again, and I appreciate it.
Anybody else? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Say aye.
Roll call, Chair, please.
Oh, roll call.
Roll call.
Councilmember Pro Tempore Tasha Kama.
Yes.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Aye.
Councilmember Paulton.
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson.
No.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez.
Excused.
Councilmember Cook.
Aye.
Councilmember Hodgins.
Aye.
Councilmember Sinensi.
Aye.
Council Chair Lee.
Aye.
Chair, there are 7 ayes, 1 no, 1 excused. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. So then we have the
53.
Board of Water Supply resolution.
Oh, wait, Bill 53.
Oh,
we didn't
oh,
finish.
yours, 53.
Two-member comma.
Member comma.
53.
Okay, no, we're doing this only because,
We're trying to do, yeah.
she had to leave, so you have an emergency too on this one?
No.
Okay, could you wait for?
But we were already there. We already took testimony, so.
Let me see if that's the last one.
That's
Okay, let's take the last one
This
then.
is the last one.
Bill
Chair.
53.
Okay, Chair, before you is Bill 53, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2025 budget for the County of Maui, Office of the Mayor, Economic Development Program, grants and disbursements for business development and technology, Kahului Economic Development, Environmental and Cultural Programs, Halau Hula, Kaulu Okala Inc., and Halau Kikoa Okala Au Ala Iliahi Inc.
Okay, Pro Tem Kama.
Thank you, Chair. I move to pass Bill 53, 2025 on second and final reading.
Second.
Moved by Pro Tem Kama, seconded by Vice Chair Sugimura, to pass Bill 53 on second and final reading. Discussion.
Thank you, Chair. Passing this bill on second and final reading will finalize requested change in the grant recipients for the Kahului Economic Development, Environmental and Cultural Programs appropriation for fiscal year 2025. Members, I respectfully ask for your support of the motion.
Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Say aye.
Aye.
All right. I think we have 7 ayes, 2 excused. Member Hodgins and Member Kiani Rollins Fernandez. 7-2, motion carries. All right, shall we go back to the resolutions?
Chair, we'll call for testimony on the resolutions on today's agenda. We currently have 2 signed up to testify. Keo Mailani Hanapi Hirata, testifying on Resolution 25-105, to be followed by Kai Nishiki.
Where is the testifier?
It should be in chambers. I don't, oh, there she is. Please go ahead.
Okay, you testified earlier. Are you testifying again for the same thing or something different?
Something different?
Oh, okay.
Aloha aina kako. I did testify earlier today. So my name is Kelmailani Hanapi Hirata. Kalawai, I had to run over here. So I'm testifying in support of 24-105. In all cultures and religions around the world, land always came before people. Therefore, it is our most oldest ancestor. My ohana for over 30 years fought a land case, which started as a quiet title, and it turned into something that I wish upon no Hawaiian family ever. The importance of making sure that we, all of us in Hawaii, even you folks as lawmakers, help us to make sure and ensure that our lands, our aina kupuna, stays within Hawaiian hands, within our families, our communities. On the island of Molokai, it is super important. We have large landowners that own almost all of the island. Molokai Heritage Trust is grounded in vision and mission and in Hawaiian values, and always thinks of our people first and our aina. It is always at the forefront of everything they do, every document that they write. The intent is there to make sure that we are in charge, our island, our people are in charge of the care of our lands. It is our aina kupuna. All of you folks have an opportunity to literally help a small island like Molokai be a part of the land back initiatives that are happening around the world. So I am here to ask you folks or to support this resolution. It is super important. That's all. Mahalo.
Okay, very good. Any questions? Member Senansi.
Hello, Keolani. So you wanted to pass the reso today versus sending it to committee?
Whose committee would it go to?
It says mine, but you would, yeah.
If you guys want to pass it today, sure. I'm in full support of that.
Okay, thank you.
Mahalo.
All right.
Chair, the next testifier is Kai Nishiki. Currently, she is our last testifier.
Aloha Chair, council members. Yes, I already testified, and I'm testifying on another item. Reso 25-105. I just want to kako the testifiers who also testified in support and really urge this body to pass this today instead of sending it to committee. Land stewardship, especially on our sister islands, hasn't always gotten the priority and, you know, the splash in the media, but it is really important for Molokai to have independence and be able to steward their lands as they see fit, and this will help that. So mahalo nui.
Chair, currently we have no one else testifying on resolutions, so we'll go ahead and give last call for any testimony on the resolutions on today's agenda. Seeing no one raising their hand or making their way to the podium, we'll count down 3, 2, 1. Chair, there's no one else to testify on resolutions.
Any objections to closing public testimony on resolutions and receiving written testimony?
No objection.
So ordered. Please call up the ordinance we've all been waiting for. resolution, I'm sorry.
Thank you, and I will take a guess. This is Resolution 25103,
Yes.
appointing Pa'ele Kiakona to the Board of Water Supply.
Yes. Member Paulton.
I move to adopt Resolution 25-103.
Second.
Moved by Member Paulton. Moved by Member Paulton, seconded by Member Sinensi to adopt Resolution 25-103. Discussion, Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. If I may be permitted to read the resolution in its entirety, you would understand the time sensitivity of this action on the floor.
Yes.
Thank you. Resolution 25-103, appointing Pa'ele Kiakona to the Board of Water Supply. Whereas by correspondence dated January 9th, 2025, the mayor informed the Council of Veronica Lu'ukia Nakanelua Sakai's resignation from the Board of Water Supply effective January 6th, 2025, which is County Communication 20-25. Whereas the resignation created a vacancy for a term expiring March 31st, 2027, and whereas under subsection 13-2, paren 18 of the revised charter of the County of Maui, 1983, as amended, deadlines were generated for both the independent nomination board to provide a list of nominees and the mayor to submit a nomination to the council. And whereas as of April 6, 2025, the mayor had not submitted a nomination to fill the vacancy and the independent nomination board had not provided a list of nominees to the council, and whereas now under subsection 2.41.050, paren A, paren 1, Maui County Code, the council has unilateral authority to nominate and approve the appointment of an individual to fill the vacancy by May 6, 2025. And whereas Pa'ele Kiakona has submitted a complete application form containing the information required by section 2.41.020 Maui County Code, now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the County of Maui that under County Charter Section 13-2 and County Code Section 2.41.050, it nominates and approves the appointment of Pa'ele Kiakona to the Board of Water Supply for a term expiring on March 31st, 2027, and that certified copies of this resolution be transmitted to the Mayor, Independent Nomination Board, Corporation Council, Director of Water Supply, and Pa'ele Kiakona. Members, Mr. Kiakona is here with us in the gallery today if the members have any questions. And on a side note, you know, I've known and worked with Pa'ele for decades already, since he was a young kid and we just were restoring Lo'i and Honokohau in Kaua'ula Valley. And as the multitude of testifiers, orally and written, have suggested, he does have that ike kupuna. He has, you know, a sense of fairness and what's right and the direction for us to go in West Maui that I think in the absence, especially of Ms. Nakanelua Sakai, is needed on the Board of Water Supply, especially as we navigate through the ground and surface water special management area designation that is on the Lahaina Aquifer Sector area. And with this experience, I will feel very comfortable retiring at the end of my 10-year term because the future looks bright.
Okay. Anyone else? Member Sinensi.
Mahalo, Chair. First off, I did want to mahalo Lu'ukia Nakanelua for her willingness to serve on this committee, and understand she had to move on. She is a new mother, so congratulations to her and her ohana. However, Chair, we did hear extensively today from the community, specifically from the west side, of a willing candidate in Mr. Pa'ele Kiakona. I especially, personally, I'm a fan, and I especially like that he has generational knowledge of the area. And moving forward, as we continue to rebuild the west side. VAI has always been an important issue with all of the projects that come through, and just moving forward, we need this will VAI and the development of the infrastructure will be part of the west side rebuilding, and so I support Mr. Kiakona. He is a kupa aina of Malu'ulu'olele, and ask for everyone's support, Chair. Thank you.
Any further discussion? I just want to add that I'm a fan of Lahaina Strong most of the time. But that's why I love these guys, because they're very open. And I am very confident in Pa'ele and his ability to be fair and diligent. So I am going to, of course, strongly support this nomination. Member Paulton.
Oh, second and final, I'm not sure if everyone got a chance to read all the written testimony, but I just wanted to point out that former State Senator Kokubun also sent in his strong support as well. So not just Lahaina, it's the whole entire Pai'aina.
Thank you. Vice Chair Sugimura.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate all the people that are here today and those that have come in online and in person to testify. And I want to say that one of the testifiers that really spoke to me, in addition to everybody else, is Zeke Kalua. Because as you know, with all his years that he's been with the county, when he first started when Bison first started, he was in charge of processing all the boards and commission members. And so when he came to testify today, that spoke loudly to me, because if anybody has spoken, I think, to the majority of the boards and commission nominees at that point, I don't think he's doing it now, but for him to come testify was very unusual, and taking a new role in the community, and he came and spoke to us. So I just want to thank him also.
Pro Tem Kama.
Thank you, Chair. So I just want to speak to the point that I don't think I've ever met him except when he's come here to testify. I haven't gone out to Lahaina to speak to the Lahaina Strong people, so I don't have any anything to say good, bad, or ugly, except that what I do read, it still will beat. But one of the things I do know is that you are who you are, and you are responsible for your own actions and not the actions of anyone else in your family. So with that being said, I also want to let you know that my granddaughter texted me and said, "Grandma, you have to vote for him." So even though I don't know him, and I've only met him here, when your grandkids who are young, right, they're in their 20s, tell you stuff, you got to start to pay attention, because they're telling you, "Hey, Granny, this is who I want to lead me when you're in your rocking chair, waiting for me to come and feed you." Anyway, so I just wanted to say that on the floor, so that as time goes by, a lot of us come from, well, some of us come from the 50s, right? I was born then, and so all I know is 50s, 60s, 70s, and so here we are. This is a whole new generation and a whole new different way of life and thought processes and leaders that are coming up. And sometimes we get stuck in our old ways of what we learned, what we thought, what we believed. And as time goes by, we realize that we have to start changing with those that are changing around us, so that we can be better today than we were yesterday. I was going to use a different word, but nonetheless. So with that, Chair, I will be supporting Pa'ele's nomination to the board. Thank you.
Nice.
Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. Would it be okay if Pa'ele came up?
Pa'ele, can you come up to the mic?
Aloha, good day. Thank you for your willingness to serve on the board. I've had the opportunity. The reason I asked you to come up is because, and I'll just basic, I am supportive of you. I've seen your leadership qualities. I've seen your the maturity and the passion that you have. Also, I'm saying this because a lot of the people in my community, as far as like island-wide, besides West Maui, the Board of Water Supply represents and works on water issues island-wide for, quote, all of us. West Maui is extremely unique in many, many ways. The water challenges over there are extremely acute and challenging. We also have in the rest of the island, weather changes, prioritization of water and stuff. So I just want to ask you, it's like, do you feel in this role that you can be Maui County focused as well as West Maui focused?
Yes, yes, 100%. You know, with our efforts with Lahaina Strong, it was obviously centered around the recovery of just Lahaina at that time. But we took it a step further to look at systemic issues that span statewide. So all of the issues that we bring to the forefront and all of the solutions that we bring to the forefront, some of them may be centered in Lahaina, but we look at Lahaina as a microcosm of what's going on statewide. And we choose not to just focus on the small little issues that are plaguing just one little town. We're looking at the issues that are statewide. So the answer to your question, yes. I would take that into account. I know that everything is connected and we are not at all separate of our environment.
Thank you. My Lahaina Strong sprang forth from the ashes and is extremely strong, and it's like you've grown dramatically. There was a lot of passion and somewhat hurt feelings through the transient vacation rental issue that is evolving. I've spoken with you and I've spoken with your associates, and I have confidence that as far as it becoming a dialogue and really working for the benefit to get the housing we need and also recognizing all of the other facets. So I'm just hopeful that any meetings we have forward, your leadership can sort of encourage mutual respect on all the parties. And I'm a fan, okay? I am. And I'm saying this because it's I'm messaging from a lot of different people in the community. And I want them to know that I've met you and you are a very dynamic leader. And so you got my vote.
Mahalo, appreciate it. And, you know, to your point, I know that a lot of the times when I am speaking publicly, it comes from a place rooted in my ancestry to this place. But when I speak to our culture and our traditions, they are not just our culture and tradition, they are rooted in logic. And in order for us to move forward, we have to look at everything, you know? So that's where I'm coming from. Even though it may be centered in Hawaiian culture and Hawaiian identity, I look at the logic that Hawaiian culture and our ancestral knowledge brings to the forefront. And, you know, a lot of the issues today can be solved with a lot of what was done back in the day. So that's where I'm coming from. But mahalo, appreciate it.
All right, thank you. That's mine, Chair.
Any more questions? If not, Mr. Johnson, Gabe Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to rise in full support of the nominee. I met Mr. Kiakona right after the fires, and before that, I never met him before. But I think with that tragedy brings out our true leaders, you know. I think the fact that he rose right after the fires and did all of the work was amazing. And I think those are the kind of leaders we need. You know, calm seas don't make for strong captains. You know, folks that can deal with this kind of heavy lift. They're a rare breed, and I'm really glad you're stepping forward. I think your leadership in tragic events has been special, and I appreciate that. Of course, we're all going to talk about your youth and how, you know, hopefully other young folks gather around and follow your lead. I agree with that, but I also have been really impressed with your intelligence. That is something that we need in our young leaders and our old leaders, or our elderly leaders, we'll just say that. But I really appreciate your intelligence and your compassion. I'm speaking for myself. Okay, so so I just want to thank you for all that you do, and I'll be here, Rise, for full support. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Member Paulton.
Just a point of information, I just got emailed by the secretary to Corp Counsel Takayasu, and she did confirm that Paele turned in his Board of Ethics financial disclosure, and he's good to go. And as a side note, if I would have let my kids skip school today, you'd have 2 more testifiers. They were begging, but they got to raise their grades up.
And that's something that we all should also recognize, that it took Member Paulton to get us to where we are today, and her work and getting Paele to step up and apply, which we're so happy that you did. Thank you. Are you everybody ready to vote? All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye. All right, so we have 7 ayes. 7 ayes, 2 excused, motion carries. Congratulations.
Chair, if we're going to lunch now, can we get a group picture?
Oh, sure, of course. Come. Everybody, Lahaina Strong, all the friends and family.
I don't know if you want to go to lunch first so that.
Huh?
If you want to go to lunch and we can do that offline.
You want to do this offline? Okay, we're in recess till what time, everybody? 1:30? 1:30? Okay, recess until 1:30. But can you come back? Will the council meeting of May 2nd, 2025, please come to order, reconvene. It is 1:38 in the afternoon. Ms. Clerk, let's proceed with, resos?
Yes. Chair, for referral to the Government Relations, Ethics, and Transparency Committee is Resolution 2599, authorizing settlement of Melissa McGonigal versus County of Maui Police Department et al., civil file 2CCV 23000030.
Any objections, members, to referring this matter to the Great Committee? So ordered. Next.
Chair, before you is Resolution 25100, authorizing a grant of lease of county real property to a Nahale Kupuna lessee, 4310 Lower Honoapi'ilani Road, Lahaina, Hawaii.
Member Vice Chair Sugimura. You intended to adopt. Okay, the motion is to adopt Resolution 25-100 made by Vice Chair Sugimura and seconded by Pro Tem Kama. Discussion, Vice Chair Sugimura. This is the one that, what's her name, Jolie?
Jolie Jenkins. Yeah.
Testified.
And then Cesar Gaxiola from Emmy.
Cameron Center.
From Cameron Center. So basically, as you heard, this property is available for lease. It's one of the 8 properties, and a new tenant is ready to move in June 1. So I ask for the member support.
Okay, members, any more discussion or questions? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Say aye.
Aye.
So 3, 4, 5, 6 ayes and 7 ayes and 2 excused.
Very good. Thank you, members.
Next. Member Nohe Uuhajens and Member
Johnson. Oh, there's Johnson.
Oh, Johnson. Okay.
So only Nohe.
Only one. Yeah, that's right. Only one. Member Rollins Fernandez did raise her hand. So we did 25-103.
Yeah.
Yep. And we'll be holding Resolution 25-104 and 25-105 until Member Rollins Fernandez is in chambers.
Yep.
Chair, before you is Resolution 25-106, recognizing 2025 as the year of our community forests.
Member Johnson.
Hey, Chair, I move to adopt Resolution 25-106.
Second.
Moved by Member Johnson, seconded by Member Sinensi to adopt Resolution 25-106. Discussion, Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to request to read the resolution in its entirety.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Resolution number 25-106, recognizing 2025 as the year of our community forests. Whereas Governor Josh Green, MD, has proclaimed 2025 the year of our community forests, and whereas we all live in community forests of trees surrounded our homes, schools, and businesses, and whereas the presence of trees in community forests have mental and physical health benefits, including food security, access to medicinal plants, stress reduction, reduces incidence of cardiovascular and respiratory diseases, and whereas the presence of trees on high school campuses have educational benefits, including reduced student stress, improved test scores, and higher graduation rates. And whereas the presence of trees in community forests have environmental benefits, including cleaner air and water, native species habitat, carbon storage, and reduced erosion. And whereas the presence of trees in community forests have economic benefits, including support for urban forest jobs, including property values, increased spending at businesses near and nearby trees. Whereas the people of Maui County have opportunity to strengthen the Pilina to Aina through growing trees for food, medicine, and cultural practices. And whereas the people of Maui County can prepare a home for our native species to return to Waukanaka by creating urban kipuka in their yards and community forests. And whereas investing in forest stewardship requires considerable dedication, effort, expertise, tools, and human resources over time, and is often associated with community members' love of the land, and whereas there exists a need for sustained collaborative relationships among communities and agencies that recognize and honor community investment. And whereas support for community forest stewardship is essential to the future of our Maui County Ohana, and whereas in the coming year, Maui County will developing the first urban forest management plan for Maui to guide and care and grow of our island urban forest. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Council of the County of Maui, number one, that it hereby recognizes 2025 as the year of our community forests in Maui County. And number two, that certified copies of this resolution be transmitted to Maui Green and Beautiful, Department of Land and Natural Resources, Division of Forestry and Wildlife, Kaulu Nani Urban and Community Forest Programs, Maui County Development Management, Parks and Recreation, Public Works, Planning, and Agriculture, and the Honorable Richard T. Bisson, Jr., Mayor, County of Maui.
Very good.
I ask the members full support of my motion.
Thank you. Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, there she is. Okay, so it's 8 ayes, 1 excused, motion carries. Excused is member.
Thank you, members.
Hodgins. Ms. Clerk.
Chair for referral to the Budget, Finance, and Economic Development Committee is Resolution 25107, authorizing the acquisition of real property consisting of 4,163 square feet identified as tax map P number 234017027, situated at Wailuku, Maui, Hawaii, for an amount not to exceed $3.2 million.
Okay, Vice Chair
objections.
Sugimura?
No objections.
No objections.
It's going to be referred to my committee.
Okay.
Yeah.
No objections to referring this matter to the BFED committee, right? Okay, this is Bill 63 and 64. So ordered. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, we're into ordinances now, and we've already taken public testimony. So for referral to the Government Relations, Ethics, and Transparency Committee is Bill 55, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending Section 2.56.010 Maui County Code relating to the Code of Ethics violation penalty.
Any objections to referring this matter to the Great Committee?
No objections.
So ordered. Ms. Clerk.
Chair for referral to the Water and Infrastructure Committee is Bill 56, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending Section 14.10.010 Maui County Code to establish new water rates for preservation and restoration of native species habitats.
Any objections to referring this to the Y Committee?
No objections.
No objections. So ordered.
And Chair for referral to the Housing and Land Use Committee is Bill 57, 2025, a bill for an ordinance to amend Chapter 3.34 Maui County Code to establish a voluntary deed restriction program.
Okay, we're going to wait for Member Rollins Fernandez to take this up. So you skip over that.
All right. So Chair for referral to the Budget, Finance, and Economic Development Committee are the following. Bill 58, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2025 budget for the County of Maui, estimated revenues, Department of Finance, countywide costs, reimbursement to the general fund for projects disqualified from tax-exempt bond issuance.
Any objections to referring this to the BFED Committee?
No objections.
So ordered. Ms. Clark.
Chair, before you is Bill 59, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2025 budget for the County of Maui, estimated revenues, capital improvement projects, Department of Housing, West Maui Community Plan Area, other projects, General Fund, Komohana Hale Apartments Rebuild, and Appendix C, Department of Housing, West Maui Community Plan Area, Komohana Hale Apartments Rebuild.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
I move to pass Bill 59, 2025 on first reading.
Second.
Moved by Vice Chair Sugimura, seconded by Member Pro Tem Kama, to pass Bill 59 on first reading. Discussion. Vice Chair Sugimura.
Bill 59, 2025 amends the fiscal year 25 budget to recognize $500,000 of the insurance proceeds received for the Komohana Hale Apartments, which were damaged in the August 23rd wildfires. This bill authorizes using these funds for consultation services to support pre-development activities for rebuilding the apartments. Members, the total amount of insurance proceeds that were received was $4.5 million, and this is just a portion of it for this. I ask for the members' support of my motion. Thank you, Chair.
Any more discussion? Member Paulton.
Chair, I did have questions that I stated during testimony as to the timeline and the capacity. You know, if they're rebuilding like for like, you know, we could see people in houses faster. But if that's not the case, you know, they must have some kind of idea. And, you know, seeing that there's apparently no new housing on the horizon, and there's 80% of Lahaina was renters, you know, people are dying to know what's the scoops here. I mean, so many kupuna said that they just want to die in Lahaina and there's no place for them to live. So we need some information. I mean, all for it, but we need to know, like, is there rental housing coming up?
Okay,
Permanent, not temporary.
That is a need.
would you like to put your questions in writing and we'll follow up with housing?
Oh, I thought they said they were gonna have someone on the line when this comes up.
Tiari, since Leslie Milner is not here. The one who testified.
She's online. Oh, okay, we have somebody. Sorry, I didn't know that. What is, her name is Tiari.
Tiari.
Tiari, are you on the line?
I mean, individuals and Kahoma villages have begun rebuilding. What is taking us so long? I mean, we should be familiar with the permit process. I'm not sure if she was enabled. She's raising her hand, but
Ms. Clerk, can you give us a status of where she is?
Terry, can you unmute on your end?
hi.
Is she talking? Was it you?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes. Okay, please.
Okay, I can't
Proceed.
see myself. I'm sorry.
That's
Chair
all right.
and
We don't
council
need to see
members.
you. Just talk.
Okay, thank you for the question, Member Paulson. We have been attempting to get the right answers for you. I have reached out to Deputy Director Salmalu, and he is aware. Let me just see if he will be shortly available. Be there shortly. So he will give you a more definitive and more clarifying answer in just a few moments. If we may ask for your patience on that.
Okay, I just was asking because I hear that the theme is Kama'aina housing, and so we really need to know, you know, when we're gonna get this housing. Temporary housing at HHFDC lands, the clock is already running out.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I will share that with Salmalu via phone so that he's prepared.
Okay, let's skip over this for a
Thank
few
you.
minutes until we get Samalu on the line, okay?
Okay.
Moving on to the next item.
Chair, before you is Bill 60, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2025 budget for the County of Maui, estimated revenues, capital improvement projects, Department of Water Supply, Countywide Water Fund Restricted, Appendix A, Part 2, General Excise Tax Fund, and Appendix C, Department of Management, Countywide, and Department of Water Supply, Countywide.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you. I move to pass Bill 60, 2025 on first reading.
Second.
Moved by Vice Chair Sugimura, seconded by Pro Tem Kama, to pass Bill 60 on did you say second and final reading?
No, first.
First reading.
First reading.
Discussion, Vice Chair Sugimura.
Bill 6025 amends the fiscal year 25 budget to correct the allocation made in Bill 37, 2025 for wildfire-related infrastructure repairs funded through the General Excise Tax Fund. Specifically, it increases the appropriation for wastewater repairs to $8,111,000 and decreases the appropriation for water infrastructure repairs for $8,557,000. I ask for the members' support of the motion.
Any more discussion? Oh, no. Okay. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Say aye.
Aye.
Okay, where is Ms. Molokai? There she is. Okay, so 8 ayes. 8 ayes, 1 excuse, which is Member Uhu Hodgins. Motion carries. Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, members.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before you is Bill 61, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2025 budget for the County of Maui, estimated revenues, capital improvement projects, Department of Public Works, countywide government facilities bond fund, countywide DPW base yard facilities program, and Appendix C, Department of Public Works, countywide DPW base yard facilities program.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you. If there's no objections, may I please also ask the clerk to call up Bill 62, 2025?
Any objections, members? Ms. Clerk?
Bill 62, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending ordinance number 5659, Bill 62, CD1, 2024, relating to the issuance of general obligation bonds of the County of Maui, issuance, sale, and delivery of said bonds, Department of Public Works.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
I move to pass Bill 61 and 62 on first reading.
Second.
Moved by Vice Chair Sugimura, seconded by Pro Tem Kama to pass Bills 61 and 62 on first reading. Discussion, Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you, members. This is time sensitive. Bill 6125 amends the fiscal year 25 budget by increasing bond revenue and appropriations by $4,200,000 for the acquisition of 220 Lalo Street in Kahului to expand the Department of Public Works Central South Base Yard. Bill 62 makes the appropriate adjustments to the bond authorization bill. The administration has indicated that a resolution authorizing this acquisition, as well as appraisal and preliminary title reports, will be submitted on May 9th for the May 16th council meeting for our next council meeting. And on this, Member Cook has agreed, I believe, to hear this at your next Y meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chair. Item will be placed on the Y Committee agenda May 12th, 2025, so this matter can be further discussed.
Okay.
7B, so that we can then understand what this is about. Indeed.
Okay. All right. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Say aye.
Aye.
So we're looking at 7 now.
Aye.
Oh, there she is. 8 ayes, 1 excuse, Hodgins. Motion carries. Thank you. Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For referral to the Budget, Finance, and Economic Development Committee are the following bills. Bill 63, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2025 budget for the County of Maui, estimated revenues, capital improvement projects, Department of Management, Wailuku Kahului Community Plan Area, government facilities, bond fund acquisition of 105 North Market Street building and property, and Appendix C, Department of Management, Wailuku Kahului Community Plan Area, acquisition of 105 North Market Street building and property, and Bill 64, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending ordinance number 5659, Bill number 62, CD1, 2024, relating to the issuance of general obligation bonds by the County of Maui, issuance, sale, and delivery of said bonds, Department of Management.
Okay, this is for the BFED Committee. Vice Chair Sugimura.
I'm going to refer it to BFED, right?
Any objections to referring these two items? Okay, to the BFED Committee. So
Sure.
ordered. We have a Deputy Director from Housing here. Can we go back to the other item? Was that Bill 59?
59.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Oh, the questions. Member Paulton.
I was wondering if we're rebuilding Komohana Hale like for like, or if there's gonna be additional density, or if you knew the timeline for moving in.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councilmember, for the question. So the funding that's before you is $500,000, which is from our insurance proceeds that we received. And the funding is going to be used for planning and design. As we went through the process in working with FEMA and with our county department, we recognized that Lahaina Crossroads isn't the best place to rebuild. So with the planning and design funds, we want to explore the options of adding more density onto the Komohana Hale site. And we did have preliminary discussions with DEM and water, where the transfer of the water and wastewater capacity, they got the initial thumbs up to move it to Komohana Hale. So that's the intent with the planning and design funds, is to get a consultant on board to help us plan out what the extra density might look like on that property.
And did we receive any insurance proceeds for Lahaina Crossroads?
Thank you, Chair. We didn't receive any insurance from Lahaina Crossroads because we don't have insurance for that property.
And timeline for folks to be able to move in?
So what we'd like to do is get our consultant on board with the 500,000 to hopefully early summer is what we're looking at. We already have the scope of the work that needs to be done queued up. So if you guys decide to move forward with the funding today and at second reading, we're pretty ready to go once that happens to get somebody on board to help us design and plan. So we estimate that that might take probably into second quarter of the fiscal year to have all the planning and design, because we'll incorporate the community's input into that process as well. So we're hopeful that around February, March, we'll get the planning design finished, and then we'll turn around again and re-recognize the insurance funds to go towards the construction piece of it. So looking hopefully at the earliest FY 2027 is when we hope to at least begin the construction piece.
And with Komohanahale and Crossroads, what is the total capacity, like 32 or more?
So in Lahaina Crossroads, it was a 20-unit multifamily rental project, and then the same for Komohanahale. It was also a 20-unit multifamily rental project.
And what is the total acreage of Komohanahale?
I don't know it off the top of my head, but I can get back to you with that information.
Okay, thank you.
So what are you going to do with the other one, that Crossroads?
So we're in early discussions to see with between the administration on what can be done with that property. So we don't have anything solid right now, but we have had early conversations with Parks to see if that might be a parcel they'd be willing to accept, but nothing on paper yet.
That was only 20 units over there.
Yes.
Oh, thought it was bigger. All right, thank you very much. Any more questions for the deputy while he's here? Thanks for coming over. Thank you. All right, ready to vote on this one?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Clerk.
Chair, this is Bill 59, and we've called it up.
Okay, did we
Call for the
take,
vote.
did you make a motion on that one?
Yes.
Okay, so let's take a vote. All those in favor of Bill 59 passing on first reading, raise your hand, say aye.
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 I hope you weren't speeding.
No, never.
Okay, all right, so we have 8 ayes, 1 excused, U'u Hodgins, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, going back to, what, is it 65?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you want to finish up that part and then go back to Member Rollins Fernandez's after this?
Yeah, give her a chance to catch her breath.
Okay. Chair, before you is Bill 65, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2025 budget for the County of Maui Office of the Mayor Economic Development Program, grants and disbursements for business development and technology, South Maui Economic Development, environmental and cultural programs.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
If there are no objections, may I please ask the clerk to call up Bill 66 and 68, 2025.
Okay. Any objections, members?
No objections.
These are just district funds. All right, I'm not Vice Chair, but
Clerks.
Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is Bill 66, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2025 budget for the County of Maui Office of the Mayor Economic Development Program, grants and disbursements for business development and technology, Wailuku Economic Development, environmental and cultural programs, and Bill 68, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2025 budget for the County of Maui Office of the Mayor Economic Development Program, grants and disbursements for business development and technology, sports and events promotion, and grants and disbursements for culture, arts, tourism, culture, and arts program.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
I move to pass bills 65, 66, 60, 65, 66, must be 67.
On first reading.
68, 68, I have a typo here, on first reading.
Oh, did you read 68? Okay.
Chair, I did read Bill 68. I did not call it Bill 67. Would you like me to include that?
Wait,
No, because I think
it's-
that's to file.
Yeah, 67 is to file, but 65, 66, 68 is what is.
Okay, discussion, Vice Chair Sugimura. Did you make a
We need
motion?
a second.
Can we separate 68, Chair?
Oh, yeah.
Separate 68.
Yeah.
Okay, let's take 65 and, 65 and 66.
Okay. Okay. So
Okay, did you?
I move to pass Bill 65 and 66 on first reading.
Oh, Chair,
Not
I,
68.
I'm sorry. Can we throw 68 in there? I got the number. I'm sorry. There was some numbers I was not.
Okay.
My
So you
mistake.
can include 68 then.
Okay. Clerk, can you also call up 68? So it would be 65, 66, and 68.
Thank you, yes, I have called that one.
You
out,
did
yes.
68, okay.
I did.
Okay, let's have the motion once more on these three.
Okay, so I move to pass Bill 65, 66, and 68 on first reading.
Moved by Vice Chair Sugimura, second by Pro Tem Kama, to pass bills 65, 66, and 68 on first reading. Discussion, Vice Chair Sugimura.
Bill 6566 amends fiscal year 25 budget by revising a few of the conditions of the South Maui and Wailuku Economic Development, Environmental and Cultural Program appropriations respectfully. Bill 68, which is for Lanai, amends fiscal year 25 budget by transferring funds from sports and events promotion line item to the Culture and Arts Program line item for the Lanai Pineapple Festival. I defer to the council members from the respective residency areas for any further comments. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, any more discussion? Member Johnson.
Yes, Chair. Thank you. This budget's to supplement the funding for the Lanai Community Association for the Pineapple Festival. As just moving the $20,000 from the Office of Mayor Supports Events promotion line to the Culture Arts Program under earmark for Pineapple Festival. And the additional funds would be used for a drone show because they prohibited the use of the fireworks in the Dole Park. So just passing it out today is processing the grant funding a little faster. And speaking with the administration, I want to thank them for posing this budget amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, any more discussion?
Chair.
Yes, Member Cook.
The purpose of the proposed bill is to delete the conditions for the Maalaea Village Association $5,000 and the Kihei Youth Center $50,000, increase funding to the Kalaniakoi High School $5,000, and add a new condition for Valley Isle Timing Association for $50,000. The funding for Kalaniakoi High School will be used for youth sports and educational activities. Funding for the Valley Isle Timing Association will also known as Maui Raceway Park, will assist with retrofitting the lighting in accordance with the lighting bill and address correct safety issues and concerns.
Okay, and my district had to do with moving some money, leftover money, $5,000 to Imi Pono Challenge, and the rest to the Pakokalo Fence Project. Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand, say aye. Okay, we have 8 ayes, 1 excuse, Hodgins. Motion carries. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, we're on, let's see here, Bill 67, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2025 budget for the County of Maui, Appendix A, Part 1, Department of Housing, Urban Development, Emergency Housing Vouchers.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
I move to file Bill 67, 2025.
Second.
Moved by Vice Chair Sugimura, seconded by Pro Tem Kama to file Bill 67. Discussion, Vice Chair Sugimura.
Bill 6725 proposes to increase grant revenues for the Department of Housing by $373,057 to reflect the new federal funds for emergency housing vouchers. However, the Budget Office has confirmed that approximately $700,000 remains available in the fiscal year 25 general grant appropriations, allowing this grant to be applied without a separate budget amendment. As such, the bill is unnecessary and may be filed.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
8 ayes, 1 excuse, Hodgins. Motion carries. Ms. Clerk?
Thank you, Chair. Before you is Bill 69, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2025 budget for the County of Maui, Office of the Mayor, Economic Development Program, Grants and Disbursements for Water and Environmental Resource Protection, Department of Management, Office of Recovery Program.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
I move to pass Bill 6725 on first reading.
Second.
69.
69, 2025 on first
Okay, moved by Vice Chair Sugimura, seconded by Pro Tem Kama to pass Bill 69 on first reading. Discussion.
Bill 69 amends fiscal year 25 budget by striking the $100,000 appropriation for the Trust for Public Lands for due diligence on properties in Malaya and reappropriating it for the Office of Recovery to support property acquisition in West Maui. According to the Budget Director's transmittal, the Trust for Public Lands can no longer assist the county with due diligence in Malaya properties, and there is a current need for assistance in securing West Maui properties. I ask for the members' support.
Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. So we're looking at 8 ayes, 1 excuse, Hanjin's motion carries. Ms. Clerk?
Thank you, Chair. Before you is Bill 70, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2025 budget for the County of Maui Capital Improvement Projects, Department of Management, Department of Water Supply, and Appendix C, Department of Management, Department of Water Supply, fire flow improvements to water system.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you. If there's no objections, may I please request the clerk also call up Bill 71?
No objections. So ordered. Ms. Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bill 71, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending ordinance number 5659, bill number 62, CD1, 2024, relating to the issuance of general obligation bonds of the County of Maui, issuance, sale, and delivery of said bonds, Department of Management, and Department of Water Supply.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you. Bill 70, 2025 proposes to amend fiscal year 25 budget to transfer $8 million CIP for the fire flow improvements to the water system from the Department of Management to the Department of Water Supply to align with enterprise fund reporting requirements. Bill 71 amends the bond appropriation bill to reflect the transfer of the fire flow improvements project. May I ask for the members' support of this motion?
And we just need, we need the motion, please.
Oh, sorry. I move to pass Bill 70 and 71 on first reading.
It's moved by Vice Chair Sugimura, seconded by Pro Tem Kama to pass Bills 70 and 71 on first reading. And we already had the discussion?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Any more discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Say aye.
Aye.
So 8 ayes, 1 excuse, Hanjin's motion carries. Okay, I think now we can go back, or did we miss any others? We just have 2 left. 2 resos.
And my bill, Bill 57.
Bill 57. Bill 57. Bill 57. Bill 63 and 64, we missed?
We've done those, but we did hold Bill 57.
Okay, so just 3, 2 resos and 1 bill. Okay, give you a choice. Ms. Rollins Fernandez, which one do you want to go to?
Bill 57?
Bill 57, okay.
So I'll just recall that. Bill 57, 2025, a bill for an ordinance to amend Chapter 3.34 Maui County Code to establish a voluntary deed restriction program.
Ms. Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I move to adopt Bill 57, 2025 on the first reading.
Moved by Councilmember Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Member Senensi to pass, which bill? Bill 57 on first reading. Discussion, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I move to substitute Bill 57, 2025 with the proposed FD1 version distributed by the Office of the County Clerk, which is signed by Corp Counsel.
Okay, moved by Member Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Member Senensi to substitute the original bill with the ASF that was distributed. Discussion on that?
Mahalo, Chair. This bill is the signed bill.
Oh, that's all?
Well, the proposed FD1 version has been approved as to form and legality by the Department of Corporation Counsel.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, discussion? Oh, you just want to do the
Do you want me to do my discussion now and then we just vote 2 times?
No, we're going to do the ASF, but first, yes, Member Cook.
So is moved, was it second for discussion?
Yeah, for the
Okay,
substitution bill, which is just the signed bill.
Okay, the substitution bill. Discussion?
But it's just signed. That's the only amendment.
Discussion, any more discussion on the Rollins Fernandez motion?
Chair, would you like me to give my discussion on the bill now? And then, okay. Mahalo, Chair. So this bill is in response, mahalo to OCS for helping me quickly get this together, to my priority proposal, which is the $500,000 to the, what is it called? Homeowner Program Revolving Fund. As you may recall in budget session, Deputy Corp Counsel Toshikio flagged for us that at the moment there isn't a deed restriction, a voluntary deed restriction program envisioned in this homeowner program revolving fund. And so that funding that we had appropriated for that purpose to do a pilot program on Molokai would not be able to be allocated for that reason until we change the code. And as you may recall, it does say that similar future programs to be named in this section upon establishment and approval by the council. And so that's the purpose of this bill today, to establish or to permit a voluntary deed restriction program to be used under this fund. And then subsequently, we will establish administrative rules on how the voluntary deed restriction program will work. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay, my question is, I didn't have a problem if it only applied to Molokai, but now, because of technicalities, we have to apply it to countywide?
Mahalo for that question, Chair. So the funding right now is restricted for Molokai.
No, I'm talking about the deed restriction part of it.
Yeah, so I made it general countywide application. I don't have to. I can make it restricted to Molokai. But
well, I would have a problem with all of countywide, because this project was supposed to be a pilot project to begin with. So, you know, and that's fine if you want it just for your island, but I think it would require more discussion if it was going to be countywide.
Well, the funds cannot be used outside of Molokai.
Well, we can still work on the, you know, the changes rather than restricting all of Maui County to something we may not want to do.
It's a voluntary program, and Lahaina wants it, so I mean, it's not just your choice.
Well, it's a voluntary program, but and you would be subject to this restriction if you use those funds.
Yeah, so if it's voluntary, you can use those funds or not. Right now, nobody uses those funds because it's not like affordable housing funds.
And Chair, right now the housing department is still, getting off the ground, and so it doesn't have the capacity to do more than Molokai right now. I had to strong arm our department director to get this.
Let's hear from other members. Do you have any thoughts? I personally just didn't. I just personally wanted it for only Molokai. But who's saying chair? Oh, Member Johnson.
Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. I could speak for some homeowners on Lanai. I'm sure we would love that. So I think the wider the net, the more fish you catch, and it is voluntarily, so it's not like forcing. So I'm not sure maybe why the resistance to only have it for Molokai. Is it because I think Lanai would want it, and we heard from Councilmember Paul in West Maui would want it. That's kind of my thinking on this. Is it just because it's the pilot, or is that the concern? We'll run out of money?
My concern is Maui County is different from Molokai, and Maui Island is different from Lanai, and our needs are way wider. You know, the range is wider. So I am not a proponent of a lot of regulations, as you probably know by now. And so that is my concern. But I see another person's hand up, Pro Tem Kama, and then Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. I would want to send this to committee to have a discussion on this. I understand that if I understand correctly, that Member County Rollins Fernandez would like to use the funds for Molokai for a pilot project, and I'm okay with that. I think, but to not take this to committee and not to have people weigh in on it, to people testify, they think it's a good idea, not a good idea, and I think we just have to do that.
Chair, really quickly.
Yes.
That funding, if you recall, cannot be appropriated now. Like, that's why it's urgent, and that's why I thank OCS for hurrying it for me, because it'll have to be stricken from the budget if we don't pass this bill at the same time as we pass the budget. So I won't be able to have the pilot program for Molokai if we don't pass this bill. And this bill is, and my compromise, Chair, because I hear your concern, and I've stated two things, money and resources. The money is restricted for Molokai, and the capacity in the department cannot handle more than 3 to 5. 5 is stretching it. 3, we compromise at 3. 3 potential houses for this to work on Molokai, just so that we can get the program going. And my compromise is in administrative rules, because you will need to pass administrative rules before this program can be launched, will restrict the admin rules to Molokai.
I like that attitude. You know what? At least I'm open, actually, to that suggestion. One of the main reasons is not weighing in on the value of the pros and cons of the project. I think it has a lot of potential. But I just don't want it to turn out to be like the Ohana Assistance Program, where it gets all scrambled up and nothing can go forward. So I want to see yours go forward, of course.
Mahalo, Chair. I hear your PTSD. I feel that. Mahalo.
Yes. Thank you. If you don't mind, because it's only for Molokai. The funding is only for Molokai.
I could agree to that because Member Rollins Fernandez is a woman of her word.
Yeah. Okay. On a good day. Yeah. All right.
And today is a good day.
Oh, today's a good day. Okay. All right. Everybody, can we agree?
On the substitution, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
On the substitution. All in favor of the substitution, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
8 ayes, 1 excuse, Hodgins, motion carries. Now, the main motion as amended. Any more discussion? Member Paulton.
I just wanted to point out, and this, this is not for the pot that this comes from, that this pilot program comes from, but in reference to dollars that the county has spent on affordable housing from the Affordable Housing Fund since fiscal year 2008, $4,295,169. Fiscal year 2009, $4,411,022. Fiscal year 10, $17,255,057. Fiscal year 11, $4,279,860. Fiscal year 12, $4,150,784. Fiscal year 13, $4,256,325. Fiscal year 14, $4,466,363. Fiscal year 15, $4,754,364. Fiscal year 16, $5,111,683. Fiscal year 17, $5,469,783. Fiscal year 18, $6,063,514. Fiscal year 19, $6,429,714. Fiscal year 20, $14,321,450. Fiscal year 21, $15,037,010. Fiscal year 22, $22,969,661. Fiscal year 23, $32,695,216. Fiscal year 24, $43,016,000. $58,123, and fiscal year 25, $61,402,910, for a 17-year total of just adopted budgets, not counting amendments, $260,386,008, with a lot of those having deed restrictions of only 5, 8, and 10 years. So over that time span of 17 years, all the ones in that is over 10 years ago, we lost affordable housing, not counting stuff that burnt down. So, this body's resistance to deed restrictions ends up losing us affordable housing year after year. And this program that Kiani is putting together as a pilot for Molokai is based on Representative Miyake's state legislation, which didn't necessarily have guardrails, but is based on, I believe, Vail's In Good Deeds program, which they came to present to all of us at the last Hawaii State Association of Counties conference. So the resistance to deed restrictions is causing more and more of our families not to be able to afford housing, because we're throwing money into an empty black hole, which allows single families to benefit off of a one-time purchase. And, in the last 17 years, we spent over $260 million, and we don't have enough houses for our people, because when it turns over, the next family, it's a literal lottery that they're winning. Being able to buy a house for $300,000 to $500,000 and sell it to 1.3 to 1.5 million is only benefiting that one family with all this taxpayers' money. And so, we got to do better.
Yeah, and we need to have a longer discussion on this, because that's not my experience. I've been here a lot longer than all of you, and every subdivision I've lived in, the majority of the people are still there, just like my subdivision right now. The
Not in
majority of the
West Maui.
people are still there. The reason why we have a housing problem is we don't have enough inventory. And the reason why a lot of people are stay put where they are, because there's no place they can move to. They can't afford, even if you sell your house for $1 million, where are you going? So it's a multi-pronged issue that will take a heck of a lot of more discussion and fact-finding than just a discussion today.
And that's not the truth for West Maui. And where they're going is to the continent, because $1.3 million, $1.5 million will take you very far over there.
That's true. That is true. But for those who want to stay here, it's not only housing. It's people don't get paid enough. Look at the county. You don't get paid enough. The cost of living is so high. So it's housing and a lot of other issues. But for today, we are on the move and ready to vote for this main motion as amended. Okay, any more discussion? Mr. Johnson.
Yes, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I support this I've supported countywide, but as a pilot, I'll support it. And I'm sure that the success that the Molokai folks will have with this program will be jealous, and next year or whenever we get ready to see it, we're going to support it across the county. It's like we're water falling through our fingertips with these supplies of housing with the deed restrictions being so short. It's like trying to catch water in your hands. It just doesn't seem to work. I think Lanai would be great, would be a great spot for this. And then Lahaina as well, with all these, these folks wanting to stay, like what was just discussed. I want folks to stay, and I think deed restrictions as a voluntary deed restriction is a good way to go. So if the body doesn't have the appetite to do it across the board, then I'm sure Molokai guys will lead the way and show us how it's done. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, and I'm wishing them all the success in the world. Anybody else? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Say aye.
Aye.
8 ayes, 1 excused. Hajans, motion carries.
Mahalo, members.
Okay, then that was the easy one. Moving on.
Okay, returning to Resolution 25, do you want me to take up 25-104 first or 105?
Member Rollins Fernandez.
104, please.
Okay. Resolution 25-104, opposing the increase in shipping costs proposed by Young Brothers.
All right, do we have that person on the line? What's his name? Mr. who? Anna.
Jay Anna. I can make my motion and read my...
Okay, why don't you do that?
For now? Okay. All right. I move to adopt Resolution 25-104.
Okay. Moved by Member Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Member Sinensi, to adopt Resolution 104. And your discussion.
Mahalo, Chair. I move to substitute Resolution 25-104 with the proposed FD1 version distributed by the Office of the County Clerk.
Okay, moved by Member Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Member Sinensi, to substitute the original motion with the ASF that was distributed to everyone. Discussion, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Okay. Opposing the increase in shipping costs proposed by Young Brothers. Whereas Young Brothers, YB, an independent subsidiary of Foss Maritime, part of the Seattle-based Schultz Marine family of companies, is Hawaii's monopoly inter-island shipping company. And whereas on October 15, 2024, YB filed an application requesting Hawaii Public Utilities Commission's approval of a total revenue increase of $26,368,923, 27.06% over revenues at current effective rates in docket number 2024-0255. And whereas on February 7, 2025, YB also filed a motion for a temporary rate increase to be implemented in 2 steps. A 20% increase effective April 1st, 2025, and an additional 5% increase effective July 1st, 2025. And whereas the PUC held hearings on YB's proposal in Maui County on Maui on April 30th, Lanai on May 1st, and will be on Molokai on May 9th, 2025. And whereas on April 21st, 2025, the Department of Commerce and Consumer Affairs Division of Consumer Advocacy, Consumer Advocate, filed its protest regarding Young Brothers LLC's motion for temporary rate relief. And whereas the Consumer Advocate's protest was not to oppose the request for an increase to YB's 2025 regulated rates for the purposes, but rather recommend an increase of $3.2 million versus $18.5 million if certain conditions are met. And whereas the Consumer Advocate's recommended conditions of approval on the temporary rate increase are a pre-approval for any dividends payments from YB to its parent company, Saltchuk Resources, Inc., and an investigation into the company's relationship to ensure their dealings are in the public's interest. And whereas, as reported by the Honolulu Civil Beat, the Consumer Advocate said YB's managerial and financial decisions have strongly implied that Saltchuk has not treated YB like a public utility and vital service for the state of Hawaii, but rather purely like a financial asset from which resources can be extracted in good times, but for which no support is maintained during hard times. And whereas, in August 2020, the PUC approved a temporary emergency rate increase of 46% for YB at the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic to prevent potential bankruptcy on the condition that YB undergo a financial and management audit. And whereas the 217-page audit conducted by Nevada-based independent consulting company Monroe Tulloch cited problems with the company's labor management, cost controls, and information technology. And whereas the audit found that YB's management had grown accustomed to passing its increasing labor costs
onto customers via rate increases routinely approved by the Hawaii Public Utilities Commission, as reported by Honolulu Civil Beat on September 16, 2021. And whereas the audit found that YB's financial problems started long before the pandemic and that the root causes developed over several years, including rising personnel costs combined with no plans to offset costs elsewhere. And whereas the audit said that as of June 30, 2021, 10 months after the approved emergency rate increase, YB generated a monthly profit of over $2 million, primarily due to the rate increase, raising a question of whether rates should be reduced. And whereas the audit recommended the commissioner consider reducing the emergency rate increase to reflect the improvements in the company's financial position and to provide some rate relief to customers. And whereas the audit found that despite mounting losses, previous YB management made minimal effort to either address operating efficiencies or to contain costs, and instead focused their efforts on growing revenues by carrying more unregulated cargo, resulting in growing overall revenues, but also additional costs, such that operating losses continue to grow. And whereas the audit recommended that YB implement an integrated package of 15 actions in agreement with the PUC if the emergency rate increase is to remain in place without a reduction, including agreeing to implement measures to cut costs by at least $3.4 million in the short term and to ask for another rate increase and to not ask for another rate increase until at least 2023. Extending credit lines, maintaining $10 million in cash, and agreeing to obtain PUC approval before spending any of that money on operations, investments, or dividends, and having an independent observer for its operations. And whereas the recommendations also included collecting and sharing more granular cost data, identifying cost allocations between regulated and unregulated business, and whereas YB's pattern of immediately shifting costs to ratepayers instead of implementing cost reduction measures impacts Maui County residents who are highly dependent on shipped imports, and whereas imports from outside Hawaii are shipped directly to Oahu, and YB ships to our island chain, adding a hefty cost, particularly to Molokai and Lanai. And whereas increased shipping rates will result in higher prices for essential goods, including food and most other cargo, and whereas higher prices will inhibit access to affordable goods and services, which are essential to the quality of life for our residents. And whereas these rates will impact our farmers and our ranchers' production costs because shipping costs for suppliers, including fiber, fencing, equipment, and other necessary agriculture inputs, cannot be easily offset with increasing in selling prices. And whereas our agricultural sector and small businesses are particularly concerned about the uncertainty of tariffs and the disproportionate impact they will have on our county. And whereas the prices increase proposed by YB would exacerbate the already challenging economic conditions for many families brought on by the uncertainty of cost of living in the state of Hawaii, including the effects of inflation, rising housing costs, and energy prices. And whereas it is anticipated that this increased financial hardship will make it impossible for many to maintain a home and force them to live somewhere else more affordable. And whereas the effect of those residents leaving will disrupt the very fabric of our community, which will further diminish the local economy. Therefore, be it resolved, the Council of the County of Maui, that 1, it strongly opposes the proposed increase in shipping costs by Young Brothers, recognizing the potential harm this increase could cause families, residents, and the local economy. 2, that it is deeply committed to preserving the well-being of its residents and strive to ensure that all families can afford to live in Maui County, maintaining the unique culture, community, environment, and healthy lifestyle. 3, that it requests that Young Brothers reconsider the proposed price increase and that the relevant authorities work together to find solutions that can stabilize costs and mitigate the impact on Maui County's residents, such as the recommendations provided by the Consumer Advocates protest. And 4, that copies of this resolution be transmitted to the following folks. Mahalo, Chair.
All right, discussion.
I'll second that if there wasn't a second, Chair.
Chair,
I didn't
we
hear a
did have
second, sorry.
The Young Brothers representative, Jay Anna, is online.
Okay.
If you have questions.
Mr. Anna?
I'm sorry, I can't see if my camera's on.
It's not on, but we can, oh, well, now it's on. It's on. We can hear you. Were you able to hear the resolution as read by the council member?
I jumped on a little bit late, but I heard probably the meat of it, 3/4 of it, I'd say.
All right. Would you like to respond? Because I know did you have another appointment you had to go to?
Yeah, I've cleared most of that. I just have a window to keep me till 3:30, but I'm fine.
3:30, okay. Would you like to give your comments? In response to the, what was just read in the resolution?
Oh, yes. Again, I respect, Council Person Rollins's perspective and concern for the community, as do we, as I expressed in my testimony. I don't intend to adjudicate things in the management audit. We had a docket that was open relative to that. It was closed. The PUC agreed that we did not over-earn, and we met the requirements, and they closed that docket without touching the emergency rate increase. So I think, that in and of itself will address some of those concerns that were highlighted through the management audit. But as I said earlier, we likewise take the community impact very seriously. As an entity, we have not had but only 2 rate increases over the last 10 years. But we've been subjected to the same rising costs that the community endures. At current, we are in an existential crisis, right? If we aren't able to pay our bills like individuals, we have mortgages that we're subjected to. The assets that we own are mortgaged against the banks. And so if we can't pay the banks back, the assets will be secured by those financial institutions. We have to be able to operate the enterprise to be able to fund the enterprise's needs. And at current, we are, with each day, right, every day we operate, we lose money. And that's not a sustainable business model. And so while we understand the impacts and empathize, we are also, we can empathize because we're suffering from them, right? Our costs have risen in the same way. Yes, labor is part of that. Those are actually wages that are paid to local community members. And so we're proud to be able to provide gainful employment, living wage employment throughout the communities that we serve, right? We have 400 employees statewide, hardworking men and women, highly skilled labor throughout all the ports of Hawaii that work extremely hard to make sure that we deliver what matters most for our communities. But we also, as a business, have to be able to have the finances to be able to fund not just wages, but continued investment in infrastructure, and specifically for, as I mentioned, for the rural communities of Molokai and Lanai. Just in the last several years, we made about $30 million in investment in those 2 communities alone, Lanai and Molokai, with a new barge, with a short tension system, despite the fact that we lose $7.5 million every year operating just those 2 ports.
Questions, members? Member Cook.
Thank you. My question, Mr. Anna, is what's your response to the Department of Commerce and Consumer Affairs statement?
Oh, so their opposition to our temporary rate requests?
Correct.
We have,
from my understanding, is basically they had agreed to the rate increase, but requested that it be reduced to 3.2 million, and then some accounting clarifications occur to further address the need.
Yeah. So I guess what I'll say is, we submitted a response to the CA's response to our request. $3.2 million is not going to offset an $18 million loss, and it doesn't require a CPA to understand that won't allow us to repay loans. We already violated the debt covenants associated with the notes that were utilized to access the very barges, the 2 new tugs, as well as the lift equipment that are on the facilities and in the port supporting the community's needs. Those are pledged assets on those notes. I can't say what the bank will do, but the bank has the right to exercise their right to secure those assets. I think ultimately, I guess, and I apologize if I'm reading into your question, Councilperson Cook, I assume that the next step is what will happen if we don't get enough. That will hang in the balance of what the bank's response is. And obviously, depending on what they do, we'll have to manage accordingly. What I will say is if we're not able to secure the finances needed to provide a sustainable service, we have to modify the service, right? We provide a frequency of 13 sailings every single week, which includes a Koholo sailing, which is an auto barge that navigates the Hawaiian Islands every single week. So there's capacity there. Service offering will have to be revisited and reduced likely, right? Because inherent in what we do is cost. Every barge we sail, whether it's one container or 300, there's a cost of sailing, right? We pay mariners, men and women who live aboard for extended periods, who risk their lives in order to make sure that we're delivering critical cargo to communities that are dependent on them. So, we're going to have to continue to evaluate as this unfolds.
Follow-up question?
Follow-up question. Thank you, sir. Young Brothers is a vital part of all of our community. And I have friends that work for Young Brothers and totally respect and acknowledge the barges and the tugboat operators and everything. Is the state harbor charges, is that significant? And is that something where the state could potentially assist in reducing the cost that would mitigate price increases to some degree?
I can't say what they would do. I guess I'll address the question separately. Is it significant? I'd say on average, a freight bill that's charged, typically the customer will see about 30% of the ultimate freight bill they pay is represented by wharfage. And so it's not an insignificant number. And I think oftentimes, and I'm not trying to point a finger at DOT at all, they have their costs that they need to address, and they pay for critical infrastructure as well. But what I will say is over the same period that we've requested for this 27% increase, the state's wharfage has increased by a similar amount, almost exactly to I think it's 26 something. Don't quote me on it, but it's something to that effect. And we've used that in our testimony for this rate case to say we likewise are not immune, right? We pay for critical harbor infrastructure. I mentioned earlier, just since 2018, over $200 million in capital invested. Over the tenure of the current company's ownership, right? So in the 25 years, I think Senator or Councilwoman Rollins referenced our parent company. Their investment has only yielded a return over 25 years of 1%. That's not like any investor typically would not make that investment with an expectation of making 1%. There's a lot of risk in our business. There's not a whole lot of reward.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your answer, sir.
Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Anna, for staying with us today. And, I couldn't make it to today's meeting because I testified at the Lanai public hearing you guys held on. And I too, like Councilmember Cook, know workers that work for Young Brother, and I love them, but that's kind of irrelevant to this discussion today. I might like them, but what you guys are asking is kind of a lot for our communities, and I'll just lay it out. So first off, you mentioned COVID being a big chunk of the political or the financial hit you guys has taken. We have all taken that financial hit. Nobody was immune to it. It was across the board, rich and poor. Everybody could get COVID. So the difference is you guys were able for COVID loans, business loans, SBA loans, and the general public most of the time were not. So I'm curious if you guys did take any COVID loans, and if you did any of it get forgiven? That's my first question.
No, we were not eligible for any COVID funding. One, from a small business standpoint, we don't qualify for the small business PPP or other things. We did see.
Thanks for that clarification.
As well, we didn't get anything from.
But you were able to get an emergency increase in the rates from the PUC, correct?
We got an emergency rate increase, but we actually already had a rate increase request in front of them. So all they did was accelerate the rate increase that we had in front of them.
Okay, that brings up a second question. Your rate increase in front of them was in 2019 or 2020?
was filed in 2019, but it was being heard in 2020. The case was frozen when COVID hit.
That is something that makes me really kind of weary that you guys, at the height, at the most, when our economy was exploding with tourism, when people were going, goods were going back and forth between islands, that's when you asked for a rate increase. I mean, I don't know when is enough for us to kind of have the point that, COVID knocked our numbers down. Now we need a rate increase. Oh, in 2019, the numbers are off the charts. We can't, you remember the traffic, the cars going back and forth between islands had a big part of that. And that is like, I don't know why you would ask for it at that point, but I understand you did and you got it. So that's unlike anybody here. I couldn't go as a farmer, ask for an emergency raise when I was working, but that's what I'm trying to make you guys understand is that, the first pocket you guys ask is the consumer's pockets. Have you asked for other people, other subsidies, government subsidies? You say you have a parent company. I mean, that's what the parent company's job is to do, is make sure you guys are afloat. No pun intended. Is that you guys are the only carrier? It's almost borderline monopoly, right? I don't know how that either the parent company doesn't kick in, weather the storm, because we know these economy times are tight. And then also, why don't you guys ask for other pockets when you go and ask for the consumers' pockets? They're hurting right now. I mean, more than ever. And then the side note is that, when we talk about the rebuild of West Maui
Member Johnson, could you let him answer the questions, because you have like
go
3
for
or
it.
4
Yeah, I
in
beg
there.
your pardon. Thank you.
Okay.
It's okay. I'll start with saying.
No, it's not okay, Mr. Anna, because we have other people wanting to ask questions. Okay.
I don't mean to debate you. You can just go to the questions.
Let me just address a couple of things, right? So as I mentioned previously, some of the challenges is systemic. In our process for how we recover rates requires that we file for rate increases. Even before, so
PUC.
With the PUC. In 2019,
right.
Filed for a rate increase. We hadn't had a rate increase prior to that in 3 years. As I mentioned, we've only had 2 rate increases in 10 years. So I guess that inherently almost addresses the comment, I think that disputes this argument that we only look to the consumer to recover costs, because we've only had 2 rate increases in 10 years. Outside of those years, we were looked internally, which included our parent company, which at a point funded losses. So before 2020, we had experienced losses of $22 million leading up to COVID and $14 million in COVID in 2020. That's $35 million in losses that were funded by our parent company. But a parent company's responsibility is not to fund operating losses. A parent company's responsibility in a utility is to make sure that it has access to capital so that services can be provided for the utility. Our shareholder has made sure that we've had access to capital. We've made those necessary investments, but the regulatory pact, the agreement that we have to provide this service says that we should be allowed to earn a reasonable rate of return. And that reasonable rate of return by regulation is 10%. As I mentioned, over 25 years, we've barely made 1%. That is not the recipe for continued incentive for capital. And my caution is that over the coming years, our community is going to need more capital to invest in hardened infrastructure. Councilman Johnson, you were a witness to the Lanai short tension. I think we met right when you came out.
It's great.
Of its kind,
wonderful
technology to ensure reliable, consistent service. Every person I've talked to in Lanai since we've installed that has agreed that it has improved the service to Lanai. But that costs money, right? That's a $2 million investment by itself. And we can't just keep funding that out of our pocket.
Oh, I totally understand. My time's up. I'll leave it to other members. But, the whole point of having that is that your boats didn't turn away in a storm. We lost money for all the goods that were on there, and then you guys lost money. Nobody was winning when the boat couldn't make it in the harbor. So I get where you're coming from. Help me help you. You guys are the tension there was to help you guys unload so you could charge us a freight. Well, and my time's up, so I'll leave it to other folks. Thank you, Chair.
I'll highlight it again. But the difference is Councilman Johnson, is that regardless of whether we have that delivery or not, we lose $7.5 million on Lanai Molokai regardless. So if we made every sailing, we're going to lose money no matter what, just to operate it. But that's our responsibility as a utility. And but it doesn't mean that everywhere else we lose money. That's not the regulatory pact. The utility is supposed to, by construct, earn a reasonable rate.
Thank you. Vice Chair Sugimer.
Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us. And in your opening comments now, you did talk about you did not touch your emergency rate increase. Did I misunderstand that? Can you explain that?
Yes, I think the question was whether we reduced the emergency rate increase following a short period of profitability, right? So I'd like to correct the record. We didn't earn $2 million every single month immediately after there was a short period where we had profitability, but much of that period we were still losing money. And then after the fact, we're continuing to lose money. But so the question was, did we reduce it? We had a hearing with the PUC where they evaluated whether that rate increase should be reduced. They decided, along with the consumer advocate, that ERI, the 46%, was substantiated and should remain intact. Okay. That decision was in December of 2024.
So when you say it should remain intact, what does that mean?
That means it became that rate became permanent. It was no longer temporary. So it becomes the foundation for the base rate.
Okay. And I mean, through the years, I think we always, depended on Young Brothers, to help us, and have heard concerns, when there are different things that go on. And I understand the testifiers' concerns about the cost of living, everything in general, not only Young Brothers, but I think everything else, that we are really at the whim of being these islands in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, and to communicate within ourselves, we have to depend on you also, because we don't have a ferry system or something that, options. So I understand, what you're asking for, and it will impact, as a testifier said, but I think also it's just part of what we need to do to kind of, work together as a community. And my last question then is, maybe you could share with us some importance about what you do in the community to be a part of the community in terms of support or donations or, bigger things that, bigger than this one discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. As a single entity, as Young Brothers, we're heavily involved in a number of different community initiatives. Me personally, I sit on a number of different nonprofit boards, also supporting them, whether that's through personal contributions and to an extent also corporate contributions. Obviously, when we're struggling like this, we have to tighten our belts. So some of our losses are our contributions, right? We're still continuing to fund community needs, different nonprofits. We move a lot of cargo on gratis, which basically means we made it for free. During the Lahaina wildfire in particular, where everything that was related to Lahaina wildfire, we moved for free. Wow. Right? For the first 2 months of that event, we're moving everything for free. And then in special cases, at some point for the remaining few months, we moved it for free. So those things are examples of how we contribute. As a family of companies, right, we have a number of different enterprises within the state that are affiliated entities. We as a group on an annual basis contribute at least somewhere between $300,000 to $500,000 to different nonprofits throughout the state to support different community initiatives.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Anna. I was wondering, did you ask your members and workers not to testify today?
Did we ask them not to testify? No, we did not. We do not ask them not to testify.
Oh, okay. And I did hear you say that you're allowed to get reasonable rate of return. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And
It's not promised, we're allowed, but it's not a guarantee.
and we're allowed to oppose a rate increase as well, right?
Correct.
Because, thank you so much for helping with the Lahaina wildfire. But if these shipping increases take effect, it'll almost be for nothing because Lahaina won't be able to return home and rebuild their homes at the escalating prices of lumber and whatnot, and the shipping of all the things. And, like you said, that you have to pay a mortgage. Many of my residents, my constituents, are paying for a mortgage that they can't live in, rents that are sky high, and now they won't be able to go home. So if you're allowed to get a reasonable rate of return, I'd like to be allowed to oppose the increase because it would devastate my community. Thank you.
Tim Kama?
I don't have any questions,
No
Chair.
questions. Member Sinensi? No more questions, anybody? Okay, any final comments, Mr. Anna?
No, I just appreciate the opportunity to be heard. Mahalo.
So I just have one. You talked about the process. So when you apply for a rate increase, normally how long does it take to get an approval or rejection?
It's a long process. By statute, it should be 6 months. Historically, it's been anywhere between 9 to 18 months.
Okay, so do you...
So as an example,
like,
the rating,
do you apply for a rate increase knowing that it takes that long? You know what I mean?
yeah, no, our hope is that it's sooner because more, in each instance, when we're asking for a rate increase, we've already absorbed the cost increases. And so we're always lagging. That's where I mentioned the systemic issue and why we think a mechanism like the WIKI adjuster will allow us a more ratable cadence increase that is not just palatable for us as a utility to be able to manage our capital plan, but also for the customer and community. So they can anticipate and predict and absorb a 3 to 5% increase annually versus these big slugs, 0027. We understand that it makes it complicated. Even 00 and in the 2020 year, 46, those are not palatable increases. But unfortunately, that is the system that we operate in, right? And so we are trying to drive regulatory reform, not just for the benefit of the utility, but for the community as a whole.
Is there anything in the works where government could provide you some subsidy in order, because it seems that no matter what, I don't think too many people can afford, if your rates keep going up and up and up, it's not like the customer's income goes up and up and up that quickly.
Correct.
So wouldn't you need to get some kind of government subsidy?
Yes, Chair, we've looked at both federal as well as state subsidies. We've had some success on federal, but not of great significance. On the federal side, we were able to secure some subsidies to support some cybersecurity infrastructure, right? So those are things that we need to, and we would have expenses related to that anyhow, but we were able to get a couple $100,000 to support with that. We've had applications for other types of federal grants and subsidies, but have been unsuccessful to date. It doesn't mean that we won't continue. In the same vein, we've continued to exercise and explore opportunities to find state subsidies. Today, I'll remind the group, we provide an agricultural subsidy that allows a 35% discount on our freight rates, but that subsidy is subsidized by us, right? So internally, we are funding one pocket from another pocket, but we've gotten to a point where there's no money in the other pocket, we can't subsidize even the other side. And so, obviously we would have preferred to ask for an increase sooner, but because of the management audit, as well as the delay in the cost of service application, we weren't able to do so. Within 2 months of the cost of service docket being finalized, we filed for a rate increase. I should also add that to help bridge the gap, we filed a request in early part of 2024 to try to accelerate the WIKI mechanism, asking just for a 3 to 5% increase to kind of soften the blow, which would eventually be the general rate increase. But that request was denied and deferred and consolidated into this docket.
Well, it seems like a very, I don't know, difficult, not difficult is, it doesn't even cut it. It's almost an impossible challenge you're faced with, you know.
I had one more question. If we weren't subject to the Jones Act, would that cut costs?
No, the vast majority of our cost structure is in a mix of things, which is labor costs and volume, right? So right now, much of the rate increase that you see today is cost escalation, operating cost escalation, right? We have collective bargaining agreements that we negotiate. Those are negotiated in good faith, and our members, our employees get a fair day's wage for a fair day's work. So I'm not suggesting that that they don't. They do hard work and they get paid accordingly. But we had cost escalation. We made additional investments, but very importantly, we've seen a continued decline in degradation of our volume, particularly on the regulated side of the business. Intrastate volume has not rebounded post-COVID, and that's a challenge. As a utility, whether it's an electric utility or otherwise, our business is founded on the premise that we will have a lot of volume. And when volume declines, it works contradictory to the model.
So Young Brothers doesn't go to the continent and it's only inter-island?
Only inter-island. So it's a captive market with captive volume.
If the barges that came to go to the continent could stop and drop off stuff, that would be cheaper for our residents along the way.
Actually, we do have container vessels, interstate vessels that do exactly that. So the primary carriers are Matson and Pasha. They come from the West Coast and deliver. We actually also have international carriers. So contrary to what most people believe, we do have Asian carriers that come to Hawaii directly from Asia, ONE, as well as CMA, CGM. To the extent that we can, we try to leverage the barge service, YB's barge service, to carry additional cargo to offset costs for our regulated customer. So the more volume, and I think it was highlighted in Councilwoman Rollins' resolution that this focus on pursuing more interstate cargo, that actually has a benefit to the regulated customer. The more interstate cargo we get, the cheaper it is for the local community member. So we absolutely try to optimize interstate cargo. Our challenge today is that in light of those very same concerns, whether it's tariffs or otherwise, interstate cargo isn't a place for us to grow volume, right? That is declining as well. And so we don't have another means to effectively subsidize the local community members' price. And so that's where rate increases is the primary mechanism. We can continue to look at, and we always look at operating efficiencies, but ultimately to make significant changes to, and I think this was highlighted in the management audit as well, the way that the business is, the model with required sailings and required destinations, it's effectively a fixed cost, fixed price. If we want to make significant changes, we just have to modify what that service looks like.
And when you said, so it's labor costs and volume has been going down, how long has that trend been going on? That the volume has been decreasing? And I mean, to that conversation, I don't know that rate hikes is going to do any good for your volume.
In business and in cargo shipping, everything is cyclical, right? So I will say, if I talk about it in two separate tranches, there's obviously different commodities that change in different ways. But if I could just separate, the local regulated cargo has been in decline. So immediately post-COVID, all volume dropped 40%. The area that started to rebound first was the interstate cargo, which is stuff from the mainland. That rebounded pretty quickly, and I would say for a period of time, up until 2022, that volume actually eclipsed the volume that we saw pre-pandemic. With the local community regulated cargo, we did not see the same thing, right? It fell off the cliff with COVID, but it was a slower decline, and it never rebounded to 2019 levels. And in fact, not coincidentally, around the same time as Lahaina wildfire, but it's not just that. We have now an Amazon distribution center within the islands. All these factors have reduced our interstate volume, right? The paradigm has shifted, and there's a secular shift in consumer behavior, which emphasizes greater e-commerce, less brick and mortar consumption, right? More big box retail consumption, less, small local shop consumption. I think all of us experience it, right? We all probably to some extent buy at Costco. And that's great, right? Because price matters, but it doesn't help our volume and to some extent the small business community.
Thank you. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Civil Beat reported in March that despite losses in $1.4 billion, Hawaiian Electric execs pocketed huge raises. HECO president got a bump of $1.7 million, and his take-home pay is $3.2 million. The other exec got a bump to $1.5 million and another $2.6 million. And that doesn't even account for the stocks that they get, which is $6.5 million, $5.4 million, $2.6 million. Can you share with us what your execs make?
I'm not privy to share what my execs make. What I can tell you is I'm not HECO, I'm not HEI. We don't make excessive amounts.
Excessive is an subjective word. Okay, mahalo, Mr. Ano. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Ana, you kept mentioning volume decreasing and the inter-island volume. What kinds of products are you talking about?
For which category? I guess
Inter-island.
Oh, so our regulated intrastate cargo, Chair?
Right.
So we move commodities, freight of all kinds. The area that has not rebounded the most is less than container load palletized cargo. But I would say that part of our business, and this is documented all in our rate cases, we lose about $20 million on LCL annually, right? That's statewide. So we fund the ability to consolidate cargo, small packaged goods, whether it's mix or LCL, to about $20 million annually. And this is the challenge with this business, right? We have all these areas where we want to maintain a low cost of service for community benefit, which I don't disagree in concept, but we can't have every area not covering the cost of its service. By comparison, right, there are freight forwarders, as an example, that the community can use to consolidate loads at, frankly, a more expensive price because they are charging the cost that is needed to cover that service. But they're not doing it on the terminal. They're not having to invest in the critical and expensive infrastructure that we have. As I mentioned, our investments are of the 100 million variety, right? On an annual basis, just to maintain the capital that we have, it's about $10 to $11 million. Not insignificant. And my push here is to make sure that we continue to provide incentives for those who have capital to fund the investments that we need to provide the services that our community relies on. Because at some point, I think the reality is if this goes awry, I think we need to recognize, is there someone else who would come in and do this? Honestly, the answer is no. There is not another owner that would walk in and say, I'll volunteer, lose money, but our community will be the one who suffers because our community needs it. I stand again saying, I recognize the impact that this has on our community. And we do everything we can to mute and mitigate those impacts to benefit everyone, whether that's through nonprofit support, whether that's through the service that we provide, but also by providing gainful employment in these communities, right? In Molokai Lanai, we have 12 stevedores who, frankly, those are great jobs in those communities. But you see the same thing in Maui, you see the same thing in Hilo, Kauai High, and Nauwiliwili, as well as here in Honolulu. And I'm extremely proud to lead an organization to be able to employ local residents and provide living wage jobs. A lot of my counterparts in other organizations can't say the same. And I want to make sure that we preserve this 125-year legacy company.
Yeah, and we wish you the best as well, but I'm thinking, is it really the fact that you're like a victim to the process, or is it more a problem of paradigm shifts where, you look at our shopping centers, they're becoming ghost towns. Either that or people don't last very long. So you just have to shift the way you market and the way you operate, right?
Absolutely, Chair. A big part of this effort, this current rate case, is to highlight a need for regulatory reform. We need some flexibility so that we can shift our business model to meet and adjust to the market conditions. Again, we're kind of bound to doing the things that we do the way we do by way of the tariff. And we have had difficulty in navigating that. We're making a concerted push to say we need to transform the business because the market around us is changing, and it's changing faster than it's ever had.
Okay, and see, you thought we had problems. All right, thank you very much. Are there any more questions? Thank you for your time. I think we've asked all the questions, okay? So,
everyone, thank you. Have a great week.
Thank you. Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. And mahalo, Mr. Ana, for answering all the members' questions and for being here. Maybe we'll see you on May 9th at the Molokai PUC hearing. Maybe not. Mahalo, Chair. So I wanted to also, make note that the consumer advocate wasn't also here to provide another perspective. We only had the perspective of the company. My dad worked for Young Brothers for over 33 years. So I actually have a little more insight than the average person. It's ironic that Mr. Ana described the, it all risk and no rewards, because we all know that there's a lot of financial rewards in what they do. And I thought your comments, Chair, were very appropriate.
However, you wanting us to take action today?
Yes, please.
Why? What's time sensitive about this?
Because they're going to take action on it. The final hearing is on May 9th, and that's on Molokai. So public comment period is now.
I see.
Which is why we would need to take action on it today. And, I appreciate the comments that we received in testimony, and I hope there are, more ways for the government, the state government, to provide a little more efficiencies or, whatever the recommendations are there. But that wasn't something that the audit or the consumer advocate brought up. These rate increases, as we know, will impact the cost of rebuilding Lahaina. It will not help with expediting getting our seniors in Kupuna to live out the rest of their days in Lahaina as being requested. This affects our Kiki and our Opio, their ability to participate in canoe races, in rodeos. The Department of Ag, our County Department of Ag, has taken a position in support of our agricultural sector. And they'll have their official testimony soon in opposition of the rate increases as well. And I think, one of our testifiers, summed it up really concisely, which is like, this is a lifeline. It's not a luxury. Mahalo, Chair.
Pro Tem Kama.
Yeah, I had a question. You know, when the PUC is going to make a determination, right? And they're just having these public hearings. So how much weight does what the consumers say to the public utilities is actually taken into account?
Mahalo for that question, Member Kama. Because I did call the Public Utilities Commission and the Consumer Advocate Office yesterday and asked that question. And they said that public testimony and input is so critical. And you may have heard in testimony earlier that there were only 3 individuals that testified at the Maui hearing on April 30th. And it's heartbreaking because we know how much it's going to affect us. And there's just not enough people that are coming out and, being able to describe the struggle and their opposition to this. And the PUC is a little more foreign, and that's one of the reasons I wanted to introduce this resolution, because we're not foreign. Our community members know us, and they feel more comfortable coming here and being able to express their opposition to the YB rates. And then we, as their representatives, can then take that to the PUC and support the consumer advocates' recommendations. Mahalo, Pro Tem Kama.
Thank you. Let's vote.
Okay, everybody ready? Member Cook.
So, I'm supportive of this. How do you feel about opposing the increase in shipping costs proposed by Young Brothers and encouraging the PUC to consider flexible tariff? What I heard was they're very structured in how they provide the service. And if they have some flexibility in their ability to change their service around so it's more cost effective, but it's still servicing the community. That's what I heard them saying. Like, they would like to do that, but they don't have that flexibility. So I'm just sharing that, obviously opposing the increase in the shipping costs proposed by Young Brothers and encouraging consideration of some flexibility in how it works. That's all. And I don't know the verbiage. Thank you for helping me.
Mahalo, Member Cook. Mahalo, Chair. If that is permitted for us to pass it out, if it doesn't substantially change the resolution, I don't think it does.
I don't think it does
but
either.
I'm open to adding, encouraging the PUC to work collaboratively with YB.
Well, I think I know what you mean, because they're in a situation where, okay, we don't want them to raise rates or on the people, but if they're going to go broke, then the people won't have that service. So what can be done? First of all, I think the government should be helping to subsidize. But secondly, maybe the rules restrict them so they can't make adjustments to be more cost effective. That's what you're saying, right? But maybe the wordsmith person right there, Member Rollins Fernandez, can think of those words, and we can pass this and go home. Well, finish the next one.
Mahalo, Chair. I would just not pigeonhole the PUC. I hear what you're saying, and I'm supportive of that. I just wouldn't want to pigeonhole the PUC in how they are flexible. And so if we set it a little more generally, then perhaps, it gives more latitude. Not that, we're going to be dictating to them how to make decisions. This is just testimony for them to consider. But I'd be open to adding that. I guess I would just want to confirm that it's permissible for Sunshine Law. I think it is, but just want to confirm.
Well, every piece of document, every document that's posted, Mimi, right, is subject to change.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that's correct. And this is a, this is a reso, and it's also a reso that, states your intent. So I don't see a problem.
You got it? All right. See how quick she is?
Can you,
Yes.
can you repeat the intent of that
Maybe
last
a quick
conversation?
recess.
Pardon me?
Maybe a quick recess.
Okay, quick recess. Well, can you really quickly express the intent of this? Of what?
Oh, to encourage the PUC to,
Come on, Mimi, I know you're thinking of something. Ms. Desjardins.
I thought I heard Mimi, but I wasn't sure. No, I think that if you just add that phrase that Member Cook is talking about, comma, and then just put to encourage the PUC to seek other alternatives or whatever would be consistent with his testimony, I don't see a problem with that in terms of sunshine law, if that's your question.
friendly amendment.
Okay.
Both to the title and to the first whereas clause.
Okay. Okay, well, you have it?
And to encourage the PUC to seek other alternatives.
Alternatives to what, though? You have to say, like, the idea is for it to encourage cost saving or something. What are you talking about, Member Cook?
Encouraging them to review their rules. I mean, it seems like the Public Utilities Commission, it's a utility, public utility, so it's very structured. And the rules that they're operating under, from his testimony, was their lack of flexibility to adapt to the markets and to do something different than what they're mandated to do, was preventing them from pursuing cost-saving measures that would assist them in not losing money, but providing service. That was my interpretation from his deal. I didn't write it down, so that's the intent. I don't know what the verbiage is.
Yeah, and then again, I would remind us that there was a financial management audit and the consumer advocates protest that, may not completely align with what was presented by the company itself today. So I would be open to the language that Ms. First Deputy Desjardins suggested. And then, that would encourage the PUC to
Thank you, Chair.
figure out.
I'm not stuck on any verbiage. I just would like to add to this, hoping that they don't increase the rates and that they do something else. I want to acknowledge the fact that the company potentially, we don't know for sure, has issues, and the Public Utilities, who's making the determination about their rates, is also making determinations about other things. And so we're encouraging them to not raise our rates.
Yeah.
But also not just saying, too bad, so sad. I know it's hard for people to grasp or understand, believe, but as on one extreme, if they just said, we can't afford to do this, we're not going to do it anymore because of all the world changes, it's not really practical, we're going to liquidate our assets. Okay, we all kind of think like they'd never do that. They'd never do that because they're too vested. But the extreme, as far as if we didn't have them and we have to get somebody else, there's not really anybody else. So it's kind of like working with, this is just my perspective, working with them to help them, but also hold them accountable. And we're not in really a position to do that. That's what the Public Utilities Commission does. I should have gone to the meeting.
Ms. Desjardins, can you repeat what you said?
Sure, Chair, thank you. The only caveat is that I don't really, I hear what Young Brothers is saying, and I don't know, I'm not familiar enough with the PUC's admin rules to understand, what kind of flexibility do they have to support Young Brothers in any other ways other than a price or a rate increase? I don't know. So I don't know whether the language would be something like, and seek alternative ways to support Young Brothers that do, in their operations that do not include a rate increase. If that's the will of the body, if that's where this discussion is going, but I really can't say that I know that they have
That's good enough.
I really don't know.
Okay.
And Member Johnson has his hand up.
Member Johnson?
But Chair, I was going to hold off because it sounded like we were going somewhere with the amendment, but
okay.
I don't want to disrupt the conversation. I don't want us to get out of, but I did want to say something before we voted, and I'll be quick. So, yeah, I think I live on Lanai, as you guys know, we rely on Young Brothers, but also we have the ferry that has really, when we talk about the changing of our consumer habits, on the ferry, you put vehicle tires, anything you can carry, you put it on the ferry, and that's really the changing of how we buy things. It just really emphasizes how important the ferry is, and I'm really glad that there's 3 pages dedicated in the budget, but that really shows that people are changing the way they do. And one time I was on the ferry and there was a coffin on it. So there's people who can't afford the high costs of Young Brothers shipping over a coffin. The expedition guys put it on. I mean, that was a nice thing, and I've just seen that in the past. Just wanted to throw that in, but I don't want to derail from the amendment because we were close. So thank you, Chair.
Oh, mahalo, Chair. And I would be supportive of what you're saying about government subsidies and stuff, but it would have to come with a condition on capping salaries, because that's just ridiculous. Our salaries are capped. Our employees all struggle, and you have people making millions of dollars, and it's just an extreme example of on the spectrum. So, and having this monopoly, just like Mokulele, it just feels so what's the word? Coercive. Okay. So what I have is encouraging the PUC to seek other alternatives to the rate increase.
Okay, so I wrote something out. Encourage the PUC to seek alternative ways to support Young Brothers other than through approval of rate hikes or a rate hike.
I like that.
Yeah. Thank you. Did we get that, folks? Got the words? All right, so was that a friendly amendment or we need another motion?
Movant says it's a friendly amendment, and my seconder agreed.
Okay. So we're going to take a vote on the,
That's a good one.
well, we didn't do the ASF, right?
What is?
No, we didn't.
Okay. But you made a motion. You made a motion to.
I did.
Yeah, okay, so we're going to vote on the ASF, which includes the friendly amendment.
Yes.
So if you're, we're going to vote on the ASF, okay?
Yep.
Member Cook. Oh, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, 8 ayes, 1 excuse, Hodgins, motion carries. Okay, that was on the ASF, which includes the friendly amendment. And then now the motion as amended. Any more discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Roll call.
Councilmember Pro Tempore Tasha Kama,
Yes.
Vice Chair Sugimura,
No.
Councilmember Paulton,
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez,
Aye.
Councilmember Cook,
Aye.
Councilmember Hodgins,
Excused.
Councilmember Sinensi,
Aye.
Councilor Chair Lee.
Aye.
Chair, 7 ayes, 1 no, 1 excuse, motion passes.
Okay, now we have one more. One last one.
Okay. Resolution 25105, supporting the county's intent to acquire real property in Kaunakakai, Molokai, Hawaii, to execute a memorandum of understanding with Molokai Heritage Trust for the acquisition of real property used by the county and other lands of vital interest to Molokai.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I move to adopt Resolution 25-105.
Moved by Member
Second.
Rollins. Member Rollins Fernandez. Yeah. Moved by Member Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Member Sinensi to adopt Resolution 25-105. Discussion, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. May I request the clerk read the resolution in its entirety?
Clerk. What, did you guys shred yours already?
Sorry about that, thank you. Resolution 25-105, supporting the county's intent to acquire real property in Kaunakakai, Molokai, Hawaii, and to execute a memorandum of understanding with Molokai Heritage Trust for the acquisition of real property used by the county and other lands of vital interest to Molokai. Whereas for decades, many members of the Molokai community have sought to place much of its INA in trust for the benefit of the Molokai community. And whereas the county supports the Molokai Heritage Trust, a nonprofit land trust corporation, in its effort to restore community ownership of ancestral lands on Molokai. And whereas the county and Molokai Heritage Trust share the vision that lands critical to the success of the Molokai people be owned by entities directly accountable to the Molokai people. Whereas since 1981, the county has leased 5.411 acres in Kaunakakai to assist the county in critical operations and to promote residents' well-being. And whereas since 2014, the lease has been subject to annual renegotiation, potentially making the county subject to untenable terms or at risk of losing this land that supplies essential services to the Molokai community. And whereas the county will continue to work with Molokai Heritage Trust and coalition partners toward a memorandum of understanding to define the entity's relationships and the land acquisition approach. And whereas time is of the essence for the county, Molokai Heritage Trust, and the coalition partners to realize this unprecedented opportunity to acquire, protect, preserve, and enhance these lands that are critical to the Molokai community and the residents of Maui County. And whereas regular status updates will be provided to the council on this endeavor's progress. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Council of the County of Maui, 1, that it supports the county's intent to acquire real property in Kaunakakai, Molokai, Hawaii, and to execute a memorandum of understanding with the Molokai Heritage Trust for the acquisition of real property on Molokai. 2, that the council finds the county's acquisition of real property to be in the public interest. 3, that the council intends, subject to further legislative action, to appropriate at least $30 million to acquire real property used by county facilities and other real property on Molokai of interest to the county and Molokai community. And that and number 4, that certified copies of this resolution be transmitted to the Board of Directors, Molokai Heritage Trust, Josiah Nishita, Managing Director, County of Maui, and the Honorable Richard T. Bisson, Jr., Mayor, County of Maui.
Member Rollins Fernandez. Discussion.
Mahalo, Chair. As you know, I hadn't planned to be here in person today. After budget session, I had planned to participate today remotely so that I could stay on Molokai with my family, who I didn't get to spend a lot of time with this month, and support my son, who was on the Molokai High School May Day Court. This window of opportunity presented itself, and I shifted everything. I didn't even have flights. I prayed I would be able to make it here in person. We know that when an opportunity presents itself, we don't always have the luxury of time. Mahalo to you all, my colleagues, for accommodating me, juggling being there for my children and simultaneously being there for my community in doing this. I ask for your support in passing this out today. Mahalo, Chair.
Pro Tem Kamo.
Thank you, Chair. So I met with a couple of the Molokai folk yesterday in my office, and we had a really good discussion about this. And I still had some questions when I left. When I came this morning, and I had a little bit more discussion with Court Counsel, and I now got a better understanding of what I met with them about. So I want to say this. I support the intent of this resolution. Because the resolution is an intent. I intend to support this. That's all I intend to do, is to support this. What happens after this is something else. But I'm committed to intent to support this resolution. So I want to encourage all of my fellows to intend to support, and then whatever comes along as we go along, then we can continue to add, subtract, divide, multiply, whatever. But that's the intent. And so I understand that. So, and I want to also go home quick too. So that's my comments.
Yeah, I agree with you before I call on everybody else that this is more of a conceptual plan, and there are many details to come, but this requires our immediate attention.
Yep.
And it does express our intent. Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. I also support the intent. My various trips to Molokai with the council, and the fact that the realization that much of the municipal properties are not on county land, and the fact that the tennis court has not been able to be repaired because the county doesn't own it. And it's sort of like that's not uncommon of all of the different properties. The fact that we need to do managed retreat for the police station, for a variety of things. The landfill over there is an issue, and I believe that the opportunity exists to substantially support the Molokai community and also the county of Maui. I have, I like the up to 30 million instead of at least 30 million. So that's the nuances. It's not, this is an intent. And so it isn't a contractual document to agree. But I am very supportive of our council conveying that there's a serious interest and a recognition to purchasing the property on Molokai is important. Thank you.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Yeah, thank you. I too had the really privilege of meeting these people here in the back who are waiting to hear about what this resolution, where this resolution is going from Molokai. And I had questions, and the questions that I had were, how much is this? How much property, or are we only talking about the property that the county uses of Molokai Ranch? And how much is I think the whole ranch is for sale, so not portions of it, from what I understand. So I wonder if somebody can tell us, is it even possible for us to purchase just where our baseball field or, police station, all the things that we know, DMV and Metropolitan, is that the portion of land that we're talking about? And is that even possible? That's my question.
To the Corp Council.
Or I don't know, who would know that?
I thought you just mentioned Corp Council.
Would Corp Council know the answer? Yeah.
No,
yeah.
but I think you're familiar with this resolution.
Oh, you are.
Thank you, Chair. All of that is, the intent here is to flush all of that out. All of those questions is my understanding of the purpose of this resolution, is to at least commit to starting that process. But as the resolution makes clear, further legislative action is required before anything else will happen. So folks from the county, from the administration, will have to engage in those discussions about the possibility of acquiring that land. And so I think that's the purpose behind the resolution, is to take a step forward and start those discussions.
Okay, so if you know about this project, then I didn't realize that.
I don't know about this project. I'm sorry. I only know from my work on helping to put the resolution together. But I don't have any specific information. But Josiah just walked in, and he does.
Did you need to speak to?
If he wants to speak to this.
Not too long, Josiah.
If I have to be here, all of you have to be here too. Okay, specific to the question, I would echo what Mimi's saying. Obviously, we'd have to conduct official appraisals and whatnot on the properties being considered. Most of the types of properties that we're looking at have already been mentioned for county services and facilities, things like that, that is needed by the community, either currently already being used for those purposes, but under some type of lease agreement, other arrangement, or for future uses that the community and the county need. And so, we obviously wouldn't, we'd go through the fair appraisal process to identify the properties, the price of the properties that, would be acquired, and then would come forward back to the council for those acquisitions and the funding needed.
Questions?
Thank you. It sounds like you're involved in this. So are you saying that the Molokai Ranch land that this intent is talking about are only for the properties that the county, are only for the, where the county uses lands, existing lands? So it's not like, it's limited to what we see when we go to Molokai and have meetings.
Thank you, Chair. There are existing lands that we're using already, but there's also additional lands like, managed retreat kinds of activities that are going to be needed. You guys have gone through this a lot with like police department or fire department or others. They might be in a flood zone or a tsunami inundation area. And so, there's just county needs there. I talked about the landfill and other types of things that we'll have to engage with the community with to see where is appropriate and what is appropriate, and then making sure that we can secure that long-term, just like we've done in other areas with like the Kula Community Center and others. We want to get out of having to have these lease arrangements that one day the property owner, unfortunately, or like Councilmember Johnson is all too aware, the property owner decides that, we're no longer going to be tenants to that. So we want to secure those in the public interest. Thanks.
Okay, so one last question then. You are engaged with Molokai Ranch.
Call a recess, please. Please.
Please have.
Please.
Okay, all right. We'll take a 5-minute recess.
I am not, Kiani. This is viable questions for us and the taxpayers. What?
for the council meeting of May 2nd, 2025. Please reconvene. Members, we're on our last item, and for the record, I want to make sure that we take the vote correctly. Ms. Clerk, tell us where we left off.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're on Resolution 25-105, and there was a motion made by Member Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Member Senenzi to adopt.
Okay. All right. Any more questions, members? We're ready for the vote. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Okay, I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2 excused. Member Uuhajens and Vice Chair Sugimura. Motion carries. Does that conclude our agenda?
Mahalo, members. Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right, members, have a wonderful weekend, safe one. This meeting is adjourned.